Inverse XCOM. So wait, if it's an inverse XCOM, are you the giant evil looming threat attacking the locals? Instead of like being the weak little locals trying to fight back a big evil looming threat? Because I don't think it's quite that. Is it really? Because I've watched people play Mechanicus. The things that they're fighting with, to quote, what do you might call it? To quote Mandy, where he says that it's a game about making spooky, scary skeletons go to sleep and stealing all their stuff. Something shivers down your spine, but whatever. Well, this morning I had some of the most confusing arguments of my life that I didn't even realize were arguments until the person left. Now that we're done with that, let's play some Dwarf. How's that sound? Chat room, you guys can say hi YouTube if you like. That was Machine Waters. Burnvault. We're diving back into Burnvault. So we got some crashes yesterday, but we made some progress. We are digging so that we can get lava up into the Burnvault. And XCOM, but it's Kirby inspired in the I know we already have Mario plus Rabbids, but now I just really want, like, a Kirby character in an XCOM game that just, like, eats people and, like, gains their powers. I'm just saying. So the surface of this fort's still a goddamn mess, and we still need to fix that. It's an absolute goddamn travesty, this fort. There's just shit everywhere. But I'm kind of like thinking about how we could build a neat surface fort up here eventually. Maybe. I don't know if we'll get that far. But this fort's a mess, aesthetically. Especially on the surface. Down here is also a mess, and it's full of coffins and was full of ghosts up until recently, but this is kind of our front door. The old bedrooms are all tombs now, which is a dark thing indeed. I should probably, like, deconstruct these so that they stop brewing alcohol and stuff up here. These are all, you know, old bedrooms and whatnot. Then we've got the old farms over here and all the other messy things everywhere. And then as we fly down into the new fortress, you can see our power, which is running off the side of the map, which I need to increase pretty soon. And then this goes all the way down to here. We are moving all of our industry over to these pillars. So essentially, this fortress lives in these pillars. This one goes down here, all the way down to the bottom here, which then goes up here into these, which then spreads around, and then this one comes over here and back up to the, also goes back up to the surface as well, over here, which goes all the way, you know, up to this layer right here, right? Down here in the actual lower layers, though, we have these bridges going from pillar to pillar to pillar, and there is a library here that we've just installed, which is very empty. We've got a hospital, and we're working on some other things. We've got crafting areas up here, but I'm leaving this fortress open to Forgotten Beasts, and we're trying to fight the caverns. Like, that's kind of the whole goal of this fort. And I'm assuming that there's amphibian people in the upper layers, but I don't actually know. If you're curious about the body count, it's pretty high. It's pretty high. Over here, right here, we have this that we're digging down, which goes all the way down to here, which is dumping lava down into this bottom area. And then we just need to build these pumps going all the way up. And then I'm going to pump lava somewhere. I haven't decided where yet, but I'm probably going to not be moving my, what's it called? I'm probably not going to move my metal industry. It's probably going to stay where it is. But I will likely be pumping the lava up into here somewhere, and then probably to a slightly different location, and then we'll be going all the way up to the surface and the caverns. So I kind of want to pump lava to like right here, basically. And then fill up some sort of reservoir above this thing, or maybe just like have trap doors around the edges and like reservoirs above this layer so that I just pull a lever and then this whole thing just erupts into lava because it's the Burnvault. We live in the vault and the vault must burn. So that's kind of my current thinking here is we build some sort of reservoir on the surface, fill her up with lava, and then use that to make little lava geysers everywhere, which could be a lot of fun. Yes, I'm intentionally leaving space open so that Forgotten Beasts can get into my fort. Is that in our strange mood? We have a strange mood. I will follow you. As for dwarves that are alive in the fort, it's a very small number. We have Chef Fem, Flykick, Gremlin, Kyra Asylum, Nerev, and Papageno, my cat. Ryo Shincat and Shark Jumping Walrus, Talent Artho the sequel. UGDPY, who's pondering bandages. And Warfu, and that's it. I will enable Dwarf Redemptions soon. Bring the ocean down in machine water, bring the lava up in Burnvault. Oh, absolutely. No, we're going to turn this place into a post-apocalypse. We're also going to flood this cavern layer with lava. So. That's it. Sure, Dr. Y. At least you're just Dr. Y right now and not Dr. Oh God, why? Was a boat murdered? Wait, you think blinded might actually have a super bad idea? I've done stuff like this many times. Boat murdered does not own the exclusive rights to let's put lava above ground. What was your role in your in this fort? You are a militia commander. Is your role. And some migrants have arrived, which we greatly need. I'm actually going to jump to where they are. And see, aren't any of them any good for the military? Who's a crafting masterwork someday? All right, well, carry on. Carry on, my dwarfy son. Dreams of falling in love. Aw. How do you feel about stress? I'm wearing something special now and again. Paul Harvey, what kind of dwarf would you like? Would you like one of these new migrants? Also dreams of falling in love. Hey, guys. Oh, perfect. They're already together. Isn't that great? And apparently their grandfather is a zombie who is in my fort, or was in my fort. Well, that's adorable. They dream of falling in love and they're already married. And he's doing fine. Well, I mean, the dream wasn't realized yet. Maybe they need... Yeah, maybe this is actually kind of a sad story. If they both dream of falling in love and they're not actually in love yet. Man wearing something special now and again, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. And what about you? I kind of just want to put them both in... She does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings. Oh no. But she finds helping others to be, they need marriage counseling? Probably? Two dwarves arrive, both dream of falling. Wait, do you want to be Paul? Do you want Paul? Do you want to be Arab or Ral? Do you want to be the husband or the wife? Yes, you were still around. Nobody left after the retire and reclamation process. You want to be the wife? Okay, so Paul Harvey. She is very polite and observes the rules of decorum. She is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions and is stubborn. Tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she does not tend to hold on to grievances. She has a sense of duty, and she still views loyalty in a dim light. At least in the abstract, she is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is ambitious, and she takes offered help and gets without feeling particularly grateful, and she does not easily develop negative feelings, and she can handle stress, and she does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings, and she is troubled by this, and she values romance. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She seems like a hot mess, and she has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Fortunately, we're talking about a dwarf and not a wine mom, so that's not that bad. Come on, I can stop clicking. She personally has a deep dislike of the natural world and considers craft worship to be relatively worthless and doesn't particularly respect sacrifice as a virtue and dreams of falling in love. She likes bauxite, aluminum, cristobola, and yak bone and pigtail fabric in the color cardinal, pebbles and coins and yaks for their shaggy hair, and longfin mako sharks for their speed. When possible, prefers to consume giant barracuda, great barracuda, and salmon, and one-humped camel cheese and gutter cruwer, and absolutely hates hamsters. Ew, gutter cruwer. Her hair is extremely long and she has a thin frame with some fat on it. Her nose is incredibly upturned and her slightly close-set aquamarine eyes have large irises. Her quite sparse eyebrows are slightly low and her lips are very thin. Her head is somewhat broad and her hair is pale brown and her skin is dark peach. It's just goal, but I haven't set one up for this fort yet. I'm also putting both of these dwarves into the military because I think that's funny. And they can train together. Maybe that'll help them fall in love. You guys get to go hang out with marriage counselor, shark jumping walrus. Enjoy your time. You're a fish dissector. Well, that's useless. Raising a family. Honk. Dreams of mastering a skill. Has a spouse. Likes a little excitement. You can join the military. Well, that gets us back up to 71. Still got that beekeeper making an artifact. You thought flooding the circus was impossible? I mean, for that particular fort, it would require a lot of walls. It's just to survive, it seems. I mean, okay. I could say, like, conquer the caverns or something, which is pretty much the goal for this fort. Is to, like, lock down and seal off and claim every one of the 3 cavern layers. A statue of a giant bee. I mean, it's a craftsdwarf shop, so it could be a figurine of a bee. It's just like the letter B. Maybe trap a forgotten beast or 2? I've trapped 1. We even engraved an image of the dwarf that trapped it in the area that I trapped it in. And also Napalm Sideburns. How are you today? It is good to see you. One thing I would like to shout out real quick is if you make games or are interested in making games, in 13 hours, my stream team's game jam starts. Kiri was here earlier and rated us, but we currently have the meaning of the universe, number of people taking part. I would like to see that get up to 50. That'd be cool. But prizes for this game jam is we'll stream your game. Or at least the most popular ones, depending on how many we get. But we will go through and review your games. And so this starts in 13 hours. ! Game Jam if you'd like more information. It'd be fun. It's gonna be a fun weekend. Cool, works furiously. What'd you grab? Setrub Mupslek Tob Ingo's Mangled Bone. Well, that's good. And the Cave Spider Silk Cloth, Rough Heliodors, and fungi wood logs, apricot logs, nickel bars, and obsidian. We had that happen in the caverns naturally. But like if you can trap 2 of them and release them into a room, yes, they will do a cage match. They will fight. They will, in fact, fight. All right. This is the one that I've caught. It's actually a web spitter, which means at some point I need to do something with it. But for right now, it just lives here. All right. Let's see. What was I working on? Let's jump up to the surface and see how much we can clean the surface. Because we've got dwarves dumping items left and right. I think what we really need to do is we need to get some of these trees chopped down. I need to jump back down to... Actually, let's jump down to here and just make this into a wood stockpile. That's something I need to do. The reason I need a big old wood stockpile down here is for, like, ash and stuff. And maybe, like, if I want to make pearl ash and things. How'd I get it in there? It chased a dwarf into that room and I locked the door. And then I built another door near the exit and then trapped it in that little hallway. Luck is how I got it in there, is the actual answer to that. But I'm intentionally leaving, like, spaces in this fortress for things to get in for excitement and fun purposes. I mean, I've gotten a bunch of comments on YouTube, on the YouTube VODs about this series, and also the last one that I did, that they're some of their favorites. And these are people that have been commenting on quite a few VODs. So I wouldn't hesitate to believe them. The beekeeper has created Idemicfastoskel Azot, an obsidian ring, and claims it as a family heirloom. We'll read that obsidian ring. But I would not hesitate to believe them that they like it and that it's good. And the reason these past 2 have been so entertaining is because I'm just like intentionally leaving holes in the fort everywhere. Like literally, that's all I'm doing. So, with that being said, that's kind of the intention here, is to just have an intentionally very dangerous fort. All right, let's do that. And while all that's being worked on, let's jump down to this artifact and read that description. This is a obsidian ring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with nickel and decorated with apricot wood and encircled with bands of trillion heliodors and cave spider silk. This object menaces with spikes of fungi wood. On the item is an image of Araya Bandtown, the Goblin, and Fongbez Large Rubbed. The Goblin in obsidian. Fongbez Large Rubbed is striking down Bandtown, and the artwork relates to the killing of the Goblin Bandtown by the Goblin Fongbez Large Rubbed in the Ocean of Temples in the late winter of 519 during Sakexmuskok, the Squeezing Assault. On the item is an image of dwarves in apricot wood. The dwarves are traveling. The Urk relates to the foundation of Burnvault by the Big Danger in the Imperial Coal in the early spring of 508. On the item is an image of a round brilliant cut gems and forgotten beast bone. Okay, let's jump over to the tavern and get that ring. It was just a ring, right? There it is. By a mere locked door? Yes. It is easily kept at bay by a mere locked door. No, it cannot just smash through the door. Because Forgotten Beasts, for some reason, are not building topplers right now. They're supposed to be. Building topplers. And building topplers would imply that they could not only topple doors, but rip them off the hinges very efficiently and effectively and quickly, alarmingly so even. But In version 50, for some reason, they can't. Trolls can. Some necromancer experiments can. Ogres can, but Forgotten Beasts can't. So I don't know if it was like a unintentional nerf or an intentional nerf, but every time Tarn's been asked about it, he goes, oh, oops, yeah, we should probably make that not be that way. What's the door made of? Rock? Speaking of Forgotten Beasts, the Forgotten Beast Fotha has come. A great feathered serpent. It has a pair of squat antennae, and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its fire. And it's down in the lowest layers, so it shouldn't be able to get to me. It also appears to be stuck in a tree. Does it actually have anywhere it can go from here? No, I think it's stuck. Huh. All right. Stucky McSnake. Hold on. I need to make a hatch cover. Let's make a rock hatch cover. And it's clumsy. Yep. Believe it or not, many Forgotten Beasts are clumsy. They've never discovered doors because in their land and society, nobody has invented doors yet. Lanix, hello, it's good to see you. How's your day doing on this fine afternoon? The other thing I need to be setting up is down here. Because I've been letting them just work on these pumps for a little bit. An interesting experience with your fort last night. You breached the first cavern layers and your frames dropped from 90 to 5. And as soon as you closed it back up, it went right back. Something was trying to pass somewhere it couldn't get to. So it's either your dwarves trying to get out into the caverns and they can't, or it's something trying to get in from the caverns and it can't. Would be my guess. Something that you could do is you could try disabling automatic collection of webs and see if you still get the same slowdown. How it goes? It goes all right. Running through them and yourself. Happy Thursday. It is the last stream of the week for me, on my normal schedule anyway. The next stream after today will be Sunday. And hopefully I can actually get back into the swing of things with YouTube stuff. I've talked about this stuff a little bit, but it's been a really, really rough week, personally. So I've been under a lot of, like, weird, abnormal stress. So for that reason, I've had very little desire to create content outside of like just streaming, so. You eat aggravating all of your joint paids into turbo mode. Wow, I'm not the only one? Oh, you had it disabled already? Okay, then yeah, I don't know. One of those weeks, yeah, you know, it'll be fine after August 8th. Be fine after August 8th. Lo-fi. I mean, I don't know what your flavor of chronic pain is, but I've got nerve damage in my entire body. And yeah, the summertime ain't nice. I don't like summertime very much. But my plants like it, so being able to go out and pick stuff is great. Love hate with furballs? No, it's got nothing to do with the furballs. The pets are completely irrelevant to the stress. I mean, the furballs are making me sleep poorly, but they've been behaving. The last 2 nights they've been all right. I've been feeding them like right before. I've been feeding the cat right before I've been going to bed, and he slept through the night the last 2 nights. So he only bit me in the ear on the first night to wake me up. So that's a benefit. Okay, we'll let them go back to whatever they're doing. Game saving. How's the fort going? It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. Plenty of forgotten beasts, all kinds of other fun things. But how's Sleepy Moonmoth doing? We ended up raiding your friends, although you probably already know this. We raided them at like, I think, 3 o'clock in the morning their time. They were kind of just flabbergasted and didn't know what to do. It was kind of funny. Really need someone to come and chop down these trees. You were working 7 to 15:45 and you're now in bed? Well, I hope that you feel better. That's no fun being sick. That's all, dog? She's very pettable. She's become a bit of a star outside amongst my neighbors. For so much in version 50? I don't understand why people need to adjust. I just use the mouse. Like, there really wasn't any adjusting. The adjusting bit that I had to do was like the mouse wasn't the issue, right? The adjusting bit that I had was, like, the period of adjusting I had for moving to version 50 was, all right, all of the UI is different. I have to make tutorials and I have 3 days. Which, that was a bit of a pain in the ass. But once I found where all the buttons were, because I had to learn the UI as fast as possible so I could start making tutorials. And literally the way that process worked was I would find a UI element, figure out how everything in that UI element worked, figured out all of the old mechanics for that one UI element, and then I would record a tutorial and then I'd move on to the next one. And that only took me like maybe 5-6 hours. So I don't, like, I played Dwarf Fortress for basically a decade on and off, right? I don't understand the people that are just like, I can't play this because I learned all the hotkeys previously. It's like, okay, so you're old and you're afraid of change. Got it. Maybe I'm just not old and afraid of change in that way. Like, I'm using Windows 11 and I'm largely fine with it. And then there are people that are just like, the buttons look different. I'm gonna die of a brain spasm. And I'm just like, are you okay? I've never had this problem. Cooler, thank you very much for the raid. How are you doing? Cooler does all of the arts around this stream. What were you streaming? What are you up to today, dude? Oh, it's gonna get a shout out for Cooler.
Ralph015 for my sub gift.
Thank you very much to Ralph015 for gifting Cooler sub.
Crypt gun, crypt blank also. Banana.
Thanks for the raid. You feel slower with the mouse? I mean, it's a slower game. Like, but I think some of that's placebo. I think placing stuff is about the same speed. There's a reason, like... Hold on. This is relevant, I swear. Relevant to this discussion. There's a reason the world record fun percent for Dwarf Fortress
just cause I enjoy stream crypt beer
uses the mouse. Seriously, thank you very much for the $1. A Graphic Void. Appreciate you. But this is the fun percent speedrun for Dwarf Fort. I don't know why he's holding down shift there, but it's like he's using keyboard for all this and then goes over and clicks this. Like, it would be way faster if he was using the mouse here. And boom. There you go. See? Fun percent. I don't know. I think that as the game changes, you just get used to the changes, and if you don't get used to the changes, go play the old version and don't complain. That's kind of how I operate. So to me, like, mouse being a mode of control for the game is just fine. It's fine. I mean, I got a little bit of repetitive strain injury that first month, but that's because I streamed for 240 hours. And a scam train, apparently, yeah. Thanks for starting it, Cooler. You're helping. But, Mania, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. How well I adjusted? Yeah, it was like a non-issue. That was not the issue at all. The only issue for me was, like, I have to learn the UI quickly, and the only reason that was an issue was because I was under time pressure. If I wasn't under time pressure, it wouldn't have been a problem. But I was under time pressure, so it was very stressful. Because, like, you know, I uploaded, like, 40 tutorials in, like, a handful of days. Most of those were recorded in, like, in a day and a half. Vast majority of them. Or Milch, thank you very much for that gift, for the $10 in bits. Appreciate you, dude. Cheers. We're checking into that hype train. Scam train, hype train, whatevs. It's all the same to me. We're digging a hole down to where this Forgotten Beast be. There's a ghost right there. You a miner? No. Where are my stairs at? They're there. You're doing a demo beta of AutoForge. Need to look up what AutoForge is. I've never heard of this. AutoForge. Is this Terraria Factorio? This looks like Terraria Factorio. Huh. This looks like a game that'll sell very, very well. Potentially. Well, that kind of sucks. I didn't really think about that. Can't actually dig out that side. Too close to the edge. It'll be fine. Just be a little drippy. Let's do this. Plop in logs right there. Should probably actually dig this hole in slightly to the right so it's a non-issue. Yeah, maybe I should do that. Although you are just digging now, which is what I need you to do. Okay, so you dig right past there. Did you hit water again? Oh, yes, you hit the second aquifer. Because there's two levels to this aquifer. There's the first one, and then there's the second one. In the works for a few years, not the first demo or version of it. Gotcha. Gotcha. Chat room, thank you very much for the little hype train. If you would like to add on to the hype train, now is the time to pop your resub or, I don't know, throw bits into the chat if you happen to have them. Check your primes, because they may be up as well. And that's about it that I'm going to do for the talking about that crap. But thank you very much for the hype train, chat. You have napped. I hope it was a good nap. Welcome back from the land of naps. I am an enjoyer of naps myself. I don't think I'm going to make it to where this thing is. I'm going to have to go at a different angle. But it is still on the... Okay, it's still here. So you know what? I'm just going to let them just cancel that, and we're going to dig from here instead. Just so that I can get through this thing without it being an issue. And then this over here in the center is getting built up nice. Are these all forbidden or no? They are being worked on. So you just grab this stream, the demo fund stream, and provide feedback. Gotcha. I mean, that's the best kind of friend. Devs need that kind of assistance, especially indie devs. QA is hard to come by. I'm just quietly building this little pyramid out here, don't mind me. Trees do some weird things in this version, I swear. Alright, let's go back to wherever that stair was. It's right there. This is going to require a little bit of work. Speaking of a little bit of work, we should jump down here and start working on this again. Trees are weird for sure. Like, they just do so many strange things, like supporting each other when one falls over, and then, like, the one that's being supported then explodes and kills the dwarf to chop the tree next to it down. And stuff like that, you know, just trees are weird in this version. Like, does anybody here remember the intercontinental ballistic trees that we were experiencing that one time? When I just had trees appearing in midair and then exploding? It's a good time. Remember I had somebody like claiming that that was a thing that was happening to them ages ago. And it's not that I didn't believe them, but it was just such a strange, anomalous thing. And then it happened to me once, and it's like, I understand the pain now. Why did I ever doubt you? Titan off-map hurling trees. Yep. No, what was happening was trees were like growing in midair, and instead of like becoming fully formed trees, they just exploded and logs flew everywhere. Which just resulted in any dwarf that was standing in the general vicinity just randomly dying, and chat's like, can we weaponize this? I'm like, it's like 2 per season and they're not that effective, but we did lose some dwarves to that. Otherwise, I absolutely would have tried to weaponize it if it was like more feasible. Just wasn't. Nope. Hold up. Cork. Apricot. Forbid and forbid. I don't want to accidentally use these. There we go. Curious about how much power this thing's gonna need. I've got more than enough space to build water wheels, though. Actually, I should just be building those water wheels. I should just queue up a bunch of water wheels. Let's just go up to here. Just put you right there. You there, you there. You there. You there should be fine. You there, you there. You there. You there, you there. You there. Gonna keep going all the way along here. We'll put water wheels into all of this. I don't know about that. I think it proves that some bugs need to be fixed. Give me a second on that. Word story. I think that's all it proves. I think that the elves are perfectly fine. They bring us nice large animals to eat, which are delicious. Or train for war, which is fun. They're just a little bit picky about what they buy, you know? It's like trying to run a grocery store and then only have a vegan market, you know? Sometimes it can be a little annoying because certain things just don't sell, but still beneficial in the long run. All right. Give me a second. Blah. Blogging blasphemous blenders begs before butter better behave. Bruce Fellis was bulbous furry before adding weight to his rider. You're insulting still famous Keanu Reeves again. Hectic moments call for beer and hugs. We can eel these. We can feel these. There we go. We can eel these. I mean, all caught up. Is there an easy way to lazy check the amount of fresh clothes you have, or do you count from from the stock screen? I don't count. I click on 2 or 3 dwarves and I look at what's getting old. I run a anonymous poll with my dwarves and I see what clothing item is on average getting old, and then I just make a surplus of that. And I usually just make 1 for every dwarf, or 1 set for every dwarf. That's literally all I do. Is I will just occasionally be like, all right, well, 5 dwarves here need new socks, so odds are pretty good that we need new socks. 2 dwarves here need new shoes, so odds are pretty good that we need new shoes. Half a dozen dwarves up here have really old underwear, so I guess I should just make the whole fort underwear now. That kind of thing. It's kind of a simple-ish system if you think about it. But yeah, I mean, counting off of the stock screen sounds like hell. That just kind of sounds awful. You have a habit of just waning 10 of them. Waning 10 of them? What do you mean, waning? You need a glass of water? I hate that. When you're just like, I've got a lump in my throat now. I'm just queuing 10 of the... Oh, so just always having like 10 being produced? Sounds like you just have way too much clothing pretty quickly. Like, I'd be very worried about just like vastly overproducing. This dwarf is taking a really long time to get here. If less than 10, make 10 for everything you use a lot of. I feel like I've done stuff like that before. And usually what ends up happening is I'll just end up with way too many. But I generally just make like one for every dwarf every other year. Is like the actual process that I use. Also, I need to seal off this cavern layer, otherwise this is going to get dangerous. Also checking this. Well, this is getting work done, making progress, which is also good. Meaning I can continue working on you. I think I need to put flooring, some scaffolding down on these corner bits. We'll just use random wood. Need to make sure nothing too scary comes flying out of here. Hello, Lucky Soft. Good afternoon. Where are you suspended? It's a little odd. Okay, well, it's time to disable automatic red collection, or web collection. Also stuck in an ad. That is not the tool I wanted. That's the tool I wanted. I don't like how they're not doing the thing that I asked them to do, but... Where are you going? Oh, that's wild. I think that they're walking from over here back and forth. What route are you taking here? Let's just... Okay, no, you're not. You are doing what you're supposed to be doing. Does that mean the caverns will flood? Only if I dig into the walls. And not if I don't dig into the walls. Keep digging. They found a shortcut. It certainly seems that way. It's like this mine shaft will flood, but the caverns won't. Which also means that, like, building a pump stack through the caverns is going to be a pain, but it is what it is. We'll work with it as best we can. Still don't know why this all got forbidden, but... Literally just waiting for these last two pieces to get fixed. There you go, and then just a door. At which point I will lock it, and if I see any dwarves starving, I will let them out, but... Otherwise, we are just simply going to lock this. Caverns are just so tense. It's just like, all right, I know that there's multiple forgotten beasts in this cavern. Like, when's one gonna show up? I know that there's amphibian people in this cavern. When are they gonna start piling out here? Actually, how many amphibian people are on the map right now? Oh, not that many. I guess I haven't done enough in these caverns that they've started spawning. I'm sure this will be fine, right? Right, chat? I'm sure this will be fine. I'm really curious about how Arcadian Atlas is going to do. I'm like absolutely fascinated about the prospects of that game existing. It's fine. You're totally correct. Couldn't agree more. It's got no reviews yet. Well, it's got 2 and one of them is negative. One of them is positive. So it's not selling, I guess, is the response. Are those things you just started Burnvault style embark and you were immediately raided by amphibians? What, just settling with the caverns open? Open cavern forts are so much fun. They are dangerous, but they are fun. Did you have to reclaim the fort as well, or are you going a different route with it? But we will prevail against the caverns, I hope. That is the actual goal for this fort, is to defeat the caverns, so I think we can get there. Keep digging. Ah, dang it. It's 2 of 7 deep. I want it to drain. I wonder also how many more... Apparently there's somebody named Stakud as well. S-T-A-K-U-D. Jumping back up to the surface, flying back down to here. To dig these walls in, and then fill them in with boulders just so that we can let this water dry out. Otherwise, it's not going to dry out. Trying to get down to the bottom cavern layers so that I can let a Forgotten Beast into a trap so that we can use Fireball Forgotten Beast for defense, hopefully. It's a fire-breathing something or another. And there you go. That's part 1. Actually, you know what? We should just be good because it didn't fill in anymore. And now they will do this. And the game's saving. It's been a whole season of me digging a hole. Typical Dwarf fort. Diggy diggy hole. I am a dwarf, yes. That is what Dwarfy do. I trap Forgotten Beasts. They thought that they were immune to traps. Doors, drawbridges, and other shenanigans. Or if you can make them trip and fall into a trap, then they get caught in the trap. You can catch anything, even if they're trap avoid in a trap like that. But it's not easy to do that. The enemy come and are sieging Ley to the fortress. But they immediately left, as they have been known to do for quite some time now. I'm still confused as to why. But they do that. Tell an Artho the sequel, child withdraws from society. These humans just constantly, like, siege us and then just immediately retreat. It's kind of strange. We're in a pretty busy area, so I think they're just here to play the good music and then leave, frankly. Oh, today is big resub day, I think. Yeah, we're gonna start getting 74-month resubs. Or maybe it's 73-month resubs. You know, chat, we only need to make another $10 today to have eclipsed yesterday's revenue. Yesterday was a pretty slow day. We only need an additional $10 in revenue today to beat yesterday. Yeah, we got back up to 900. Next step is 1,000 again. Also, I just realized I forgot to move my sub goal. By that I mean, it's covering UI. All right. Sweet. I still got more of this.
I've got 800 bits laying around.
Thanks for the $8 and the 5 gift subs, Hammer Dwarf. I'd probably do it, frankly. Hello's in chat. Blind, how's things? Things is good. Things are all right. Weird morning, but it's been okay. No complaint. Thanks for the $5, Silver Shadow. Gotta get over that line. Streamer gotta pay bills. This month has just been very slow. We're in the dead of summer, you know? And in summer, people go on vacation and spend time with family and go outside and aren't spending as much money on Amazon-owned streaming services. It happens every year. Literally, like July, August are the two slowest months of the year for me traditionally. And then things go back to normal around September. None of the nouns you used make sense to me. I wouldn't do that to you, noun. That didn't even make sense. Dude. Come noun, come noun. There you go. I think we finally made it through. Considering he's still mining. We'll just let that dry up. We're gonna go over here and we're gonna check in on my pump stack. We're gonna work on that. Thanks for the $10, MB Audio. An elven caravan has arrived. This is the first time they've traded with me. That's lovely to see. Trying to think what I could trade with them. We just whip up some crafts right quick. Oh, no, you didn't. There you go. Mug time? Yeah, kinda, actually. Mugs might not be a bad idea, even. I mean, Quill18 has been streaming Dwarf again, hasn't he? So, maybe it's just a tribute that we owe the... Not the old dwarf master, the old dwarf, representative. The premier DF streamer? Hardly. I say that he isn't a DF streamer even though he streams DF just because he streams other things too much. If Quill streamed Dwarf Fortress half as much as me, I would agree with you. How's things, Diamond? Didn't cut gems make the most in least time? True. Got like no gems industry though. You're being hella facetious, it's fine. That. He's definitely the premier mug enthusiast, though. Uh-oh. That was the wrong block type. All right, let's let them do that thing. Lavish meals. Meat will set them off, though, I think. As long as they're not made out of animal, and I don't think I have any bone earrings. Fieldstone, shale, cert, diorite, gabbro, quartzite, schist. Nice, this'll do. Oh, that's an elf nail ring. Can't put that one in there. Definitely don't add that one in there. I'm sure that won't go. I'm sure that'll go well. I didn't even make that. I'm assuming that goblins brought it. Okay, various crowns. That was close. Eh. Not really. Bah, I'm sure that's fine. A bunch of Drothla right there. Should put some cage traps right here. I might be out of mechanisms. Out of mechanisms. Elf Bro, is that like Salt Bay? Because bloody hell it better be. You gotta love Necro Experiment bards for just dropping random stuff like that. Yeah, no, Necro Experiments, goblins do the same thing. Any, like, evil aligned factions will do that sort of thing. Some human factions have some really weird art, like, human hair bracelet. What? Why do you have human hair bracelets? It's like keeping a bit of your partner with you, I guess. I don't know. But some of them do some pretty strange things. And Holy Kai, thanks for gifting a sub to Scoots. What's up? I just found a really good Mastodon instance, which is the one that the Temple of the Roguelike is on, apparently, which I need to follow. But literally, like, fucking at bird.makeup is pretty funny. That is pretty funny. But Red Nass, what kind of dwarf would you like? Out of curiosity. And Tillen Artho, the child, has created a water buffalo bone ring and offers it to the massive danger. It's called Red Mat. This is a water buffalo ring. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with square, brilliant. Hi, Nerve. It is. Any dwarf my choice. Happiest dwarf I can find. I will give it to you. Beard or no beard. Red Nass. It is decorated with pond grabber leather and giant grizzly bear leather and encircled with bands of horay marmot leather and cave spider silk. This object menaces with spikes of buffalo bone, and on the item is an image of dwarves in Heliodor. On the item is an image of Stukos Salvrox, the dwarf and dwarves in apricot wood. Stukos Salvrox is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Stukos Salvrox to the position of Baroness of the Imperial Coal of 458. No, it's all good. It's all good. That's the point of you having silly commands, is to be able to trip me up like that. I'm going to go put that in the tavern. And then happiest dwarf with beard, who is Tekud, who's a military dwarf who's also a woodcrafter. Red Nass is unbelievably stubborn and will stick with things even if the most futile action once his mind is made up. And he rarely tries to assert himself in conversation. He is very comfortable. He fell asleep. He's very comfortable around others that are different from himself, and he doesn't seek out excitement. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he has little interest in joking around, and he likes to take it easy, and he is he occasionally overindulges, and he does not easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He has a greedy streak, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and just woke up, and he can handle stress. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering his skill and personally finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have peace at all, and would have all masters toppled, and values nature and doesn't really see the point of working hard. He likes selenite and fine pewter and red zircon and giant cave swallow leather and giant moose hoof and giant coyote parchment and the color dark tan. Narrow and rabbits for their ability to burrow, and the words of the lavender tulips, and the sight of the euphoria of pantomiming and when possible prefers to consume skunk and carrot wine and single grain wheat flour, and absolutely hates jumping spoders. So stubborn he fell asleep, suppose. It seems that way. So we should be good. Nothing red. I'll just trade for everything that they have. They seem ecstatic with the trading. Here, have all of these dumb crafts I've been making. Now I gotta go place some slabs because I get so many goddamn ghosts. Have you seen my ghost, chat? Haven't heard that song in a while. Boy, speaking of hair, how would one get horsehair thread to be stored in a cloth stockpile? Good question. I have no idea. Genuine statement. I have no idea. Oh, man, for fuck's sake. I got 2 layers that are still Aquifer that didn't get sorted, so I have to go up here, go around this, and do this to spread this out. 2 ghosts have been put away. Intruders, drive them away. Whoa. What? There's no intruders, game. Wait, hold up. Do I have a bunch of Drathlas? Apparently I do have... Oh, I see. They're all just, like, just outside of my reach. In areas I can't quite get to. There is just, like, straight-up Drothlas in here, though. Which is what the ones I actually need. Let's just place some cage traps around. Oh, come on. Maybe one day we'll actually make mechanisms. I do have these ones, though. Okay, two gray langurs and a Drothla right there. Does your dwarf live yet? Nodo Casa does not live. You are unfortunately not here. Can't remember if... Where the hell are they all going? You're going to go smooth walls. Okay, let's just get this shallow enough that we can cave it in. Bam, what's up? How's things today? Water shouldn't actually be draining in on this level, so this should be enough to just let it drain. You have slept? That's good. I did have to order you to sleep yesterday, so I'm glad to hear that you have slept. It's always kind of unnerving to hear someone be like, I've slept for several hours in the last 3 days. It's like, go to bed. Yeah, for more than an hour, I hope. Yeah, definitely. About all of his viewers saying that they've had naps or slept. I mean, I haven't slept well since Saturday, so. How do I feel? Jealous. Mostly. Oh no, I've had people telling me for years that they use my stream to sleep, like as a sleep aid. Or my VODs. Like that's one of the most common pieces of feedback I've had. Better than nothing. Sup, casual elephant. How goes things, dude? How was your stream last night? Now we're just waiting for this stairway to appear. You just need about 350. I mean, don't we all need about 350? Really? Aquifer's bananas. That's all. Maybe it's just this side that's bananas. Well, Telenartho has been found dead. Why? Okay. Well, they killed it. Okay. Yeah, there's a werewombat. I mean, this is the same world as the last... I mean, just when you thought things couldn't get worse. Okay, hold on. Well, I'm just going to assume that you've been bit. Because you're seriously injured. I'm going to assume that you've been bit. Because you're seriously injured. I'm going to assume that you've been bit. Because you're seriously injured. I'm going to assume that you've been bit. Because you're seriously injured. I'm going to assume that you haven't been bit. Because you're not. And I'm going to assume that you've been bit. Because you're seriously injured. Which means we should get a bunch of dwarves recovered wounded, or wounded recovered, and then we're gonna lock them in there. Although fortunately, one of them just died. There's 3 up in here. Going to place 2 doors right here, and I'm just going to lock them as soon as I get the opportunity. Next come the moose. Yeah, no kidding. That must have just come in from the, what's it called? From the migrant wave. Because I do not have visitors. It's 21st of Fellside. Thanks, MB Audio. Well, hopefully they stay up and in there. There's a baby guinea pig in my fort for some reason. There you go. I think that's all of them. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I think, I'm going to remove the last doctor from here. And you're apparently going to go recover wounded. And there we go. Wait. Did you just recover? Okay, I'm going to assume that everybody in there right now is a were creature. So anybody with the gig bit, with the job bit that is not currently lying down. Need dump item, put order in tomb, recover wounded. All right, well, fingers crossed. So all visitors allowed in the hospital? It doesn't matter on the hospital. That just means that visitors that happen to be on the map can use the hospital. Doesn't quite work that way. All right, well, if we have to kill the entire fort, we will. Yeah, and I'm not sure why this skeleton ended up in here. Like somebody was hauling the amphibian person's skeleton. Right, well, let's go up here. and place some more coffins. And it was... What was the date for the next full moon? 24th? 21st? Okay. Well, I mean, our culprit here was Datan. So... I mean, I figured we'd run into these again. I figured they'd be an issue. Just hopefully we've got all of them. The other thing I guess we're going to need to do is start placing doors everywhere. We did just kind of get a big migrant wave, though. This place is cursed. This world is kind of cursed, but that's part of what's made it fun. I don't know about you. It's been a bit of fun. Of course it is. I showed up after all. You should have seen the bad things that happened before you got here. All I'm saying is you shouldn't take all the credit for the bad things happening, because trust me, bad things happen without you. At least we've got most of these bodies removed now, or we're getting there. And to see everything kind of happen on this map, that is one way to put it. Everything does just kind of happen on this map. Iron corkscrew, iron pipe. Assuming I still have plenty. Well, let's just do 100 more of each. Yes, Laya. Lots of fun. I mean, only if you want to be burned. Fem. Sure, we could arrange something if you need it. Happy to help, Lemon. Thanks a lot for the follow as well. And hey, Sterlonian, good day. Meng's body's getting removed slowly. Reptile woman is fighting with a forgotten beast. What's the current project? Make sure the fort isn't infected with undead, and also get lava to the surface. Or not undead, were creatures, because we had a were-wombat show up. That's the only real project right now. And then, of course, you know, keep fending off the caverns. What do I have planned with the lava on the surface? We'll get to that if we don't die to these were creatures. But a moat and defensive structure, probably. At the very least. I mean, this fortress is called Burnvault, so I was thinking about making a thing that, like, floats above the entrance that allows us to release a tower of lava onto the surface, because I think that would be fun. But we'll see if we get that far. Lava falls? Sure. Someone was asking me to make a fountain tutorial, so maybe I'll, like, build lava fountains or something. And anger the elves? I mean, we could do that. I just traded with the elves, but... Although burning trees doesn't actually anger them, I don't think. I think you have to, like, physically cut them down. I think, like, setting them on fire doesn't actually upset them. I've tried to build lava shotguns enough times, and either I'm doing something very wrong now in this game, or, like, the physics have changed where, like, I no longer know how to build them. Like, I've managed... filling them is just such a pain in the ass currently. I don't know why. I used to be able to do it very predictably, and I don't know what's changed. The Forgotten Beast, Spot Thrib Taba Zhuang Marmet Abe has come. A towering blob composed of vomit. It has 3 stubby tails and a bloated body. Beware its webs. I think I've seen that exact same beast before already in this world. Well, it's somewhere where it can't get to us. It's a vomit web blob. It's probably gonna die to amphibian people, if I had to bet. Where did the term Ralphing come from? Like, I know it means, like, you threw up, but... So I almost never hear that term. Very old? Is it? Okay, well, that would explain why I never hear it then. Okay. So there's 3 in here. Sorry, Momas, you weren't in fact bit. Okay, so let's see. 1, 2, 3. Is it just the 3? We have it contained, ladies and gents and other friends. We have it contained. And also, they're not killing Moses? Game isn't paused. This dwarf might survive? Not if I leave it locked in there. Trying to think what I could do with this. Huh. They're gonna cause a lot of trouble. We've got 1 new death. At least there's literally only 3, so this is doable. If I exile them, they could go and infect my faction though and come back.
Always a great stream.
Any upcoming games that I'm looking to cover? Probably. I know that's like kind of a non-determined or a non-descriptive statement. Probably. What's upcoming? I don't look as often as I used to, because it's very rare stuff actually interests me. So I don't know, probably. I guess. Baldur's Gate 3, I couldn't care less. No interest in Baldur's Gate, really. Also, like, it's an RPG, so that game's gonna be hell to stream. Armored Core 6, hard pass. I mean, like, I'm passively interested in it, but am I actually gonna play it? Probably not. They would have to send me key for that game, and I don't know if I would actually play it. What was I working on? I was working on something, right? This. Yeah, I mean, I don't really cover AAA stuff generally. And Baldur's Gate 3 is definitely AAA by my definition. Like, Baldur's Gate doesn't need my support. There will be a billion people streaming that. It's going to be a lot like Diablo, where there's going to be 70,000 people streaming that game, and everybody's going to be sick of it. So I will be the trusty stream that's streaming something else. I find like most of the new games that I've gotten into recently are just like little random indie things. Like, I would say that Delta V's kind of new, is it not? Like, it just released out of early access. So I've been enjoying that. That's new. So I will continue playing Delta V. I've got to finish Xenonauts 2's campaign, which I think we're like 30% of the way done. 40% maybe? Getting up there? Maybe closer to 50. It's hard to tell. So I don't know. I'd need to look. There's probably some indie things coming out that I'll be keen to cover. You totally forgot it hit 1.0. Yeah, it literally just hit 1.0 like the other day. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I generally don't cover, like, high-budget games. So, like, there kind of goes Armored Core. Plus, I've never really played an Armored Core game, so... And watching gameplay of it, like, that game looks rad. Don't get me wrong. Like, it looks cool as fuck. But I don't know if it's the type of game that I would stream. I don't know how well it would work on this channel. Probably skip Dungeon of the Endless. I don't know. I have weird feelings about that studio. Maybe. I wish they just called it Endless Dungeon 2. The game annoys the crap out of me. It'd be possible to have a parallel fort full of outcasts who are physically separate from the main fort but responsible for keeping their own fort running. Sounds like a pain in the dick to manage, but yeah, hypothetically, you could do something like that. I mean, I've definitely had forts where I'll have, like, maybe a half dozen dwarves in their own weird section that are all vampires or something. But, like, running multiple parallel forts, that seems kind of like a lot. I don't know. Enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress, and they all immediately leave, I think. That was weird, because one of them moved here before he left. Bizarre. I mean, segregation is very much like a Songs of Six thing, right? Like, that's, like, built into the game mechanically. You see, everybody always says this, but, like, have you ever actually tried to do that, Biofoot? The actual way to, like, run, like, a separate chunk of the fort is you just give them their own farms, their own food production. If you haven't done that before, and you're just stating that, it's like, you could get things in there with drop shoots. You could. You could, but, like, have you ever actually tried to manage that? It's not a fun or pleasant thing to manage. That's extraordinarily tedious. And I'm saying it's tedious by, like, Dwarf Fortress standards. So an already tedious game, congratulations, you've just quadrupled the tediousness. Necromancer Monster Slayer is fighting... Okay, where... Is there, like, Necromancers on my map right now? Okay, there is one, and he's in my fort, but he's injured. Let's just... go stab this laddie. It's okay, we were able to get rid of him pretty quick. Looks like he died around the time that the Spear Dwarf stabs the Monster Slayer in the lower body with his steel spear and mostly cut away from the rest of the torso. He fell apart. God, I did it again. Fuck me. gonna have to fill this in. I think burning the dinosaurs was a bad idea. There's wind and lots of dust in the air, and the sky looks like a disco ball from the lightnings. Like right now? That seems kind of insane. Is this a video game, or are you just making a statement, Salty? Procaster mic didn't have fountain power being sent to it out of your M02 interface, so that's why the volume was so low. Ah. Yeah, you need phantom power for I think both the pod mic and the Procaster and the Podcaster. You have a nicer microphone than me, MB Audio. Okay, so there's an echidna skeleton. That's a bad thing, isn't it? It's going to exterminate undead. There we go. Sorted. As for why they turned into smoke, I have no idea. Flesh balls. Some like flesh balls. Some dwarves like flesh balls, rather. I'm starting to think that trapping this forgotten beast here is like a mistake, because digging through these caverns is turning into a absolute goddamn mess. Let's just do that. Go down here and dig this out more. Start smoothing these walls. And recording a ton of... yeah, I know what you mean. I'm impressed. That's a nice microphone. That's all. That's kind of the one that I wanted when I bought this one. But this is a mess. An absolute fucking mess. Me or the fort? Because I'm never good. Don't ever ask me how I'm doing. Fort's doing pretty good. Stream's been pretty entertaining. But I am almost never in a good way. One of these days you will remember this. I've explained this to you many times, Sniper. And you always are just like, how are you? I'm like, well, I'm never good, so you're never going to get a positive response to that question. And there's still more. Let's see what we can do with this. Really bad winds and loads of sand in there. Sounds kind of cool, though. Like, every now and again, like, as an example of this, we'll get like, you know, the firestorms, the clouds of smoke that come over, right? And like they're awful. They smell bad. They look distressing. They look terrifying. Like they're awful, right? But that being said, they're like hauntingly beautiful in a weird way. I've got 2 were creatures left alive. Means I could probably send the military in to kill them. Oh yeah, no, like I've given up on telling people that I'm good because it's a lie. And I've given up on it a long time ago. Like people always want to know how you're doing, and it's just like, well, if I just say bad every single time somebody asks me that question, people are going to start thinking I'm nuts. Which not exactly accurate. But it's kind of a trap question for me. Am I nuts? No, I'm depressed. Where's the third? Did it go down the well? I doubt it. If it did, it would drown.
The shell to get at the nut.
Dead is where it is. Okay, no, you're right. Yeah, there's 2 of them in the well. Yeah, they climbed out. Climbing in and out of the well. You've killed 1 dwarf. You've killed a dwarf. You've killed a dwarf. And... You just respond, I'm alive? I've given up giving people that response. Because people get worried when you say I'm alive. I guess there's very fortunate people out there, and if you're one of these people, you should consider yourself fortunate. There's very fortunate people out there who don't have to live with depression. And if you're one of those people, I envy you. Don't pester people with depression about who they are. Because they will never give you a positive response. I am somebody with depression. You've known me for a while, Sniper. One of these days you'll remember that and you'll just say hello. And you'll stop asking me how I am. I'm waiting for this water to evaporate. Kitty, do you want food? Is that what's happening? The old man is asking for food. I will be back in a momente. Just give me 30 seconds.
Cheese for everyone!
You're forgiven, Sniper, but realize I've had this discussion with you multiple times before. Intruders, drive them away. What kind of intruders? Huh. The actual sad thing is this is always the way the conversations go, Silver Shadow. It's, I'm depressed. I'm always depressed. So if you ask me, you'll never get a positive response. And those people always seem to have short-term memory for that statement. So no matter how many times I say that to people, that person will inevitably ask the same question the next time they tune into the stream. Because people who are, I guess, who don't have that problem just operate in a way where they just, like, don't even process the fact that, like, oh yeah, that's something I shouldn't do. But it's not that it's something you shouldn't do. It is something you should do. It's just, if you do it to the wrong person, you're just going to get the same response every time. And it will be a constant string of, how are you? I don't want to answer that question. But, you know, it's never that person's fault. It kind of weirds you out when English speakers ask you that, and you're not used to this. Yeah. Yeah. One of my favorite things that I learned about, like I guess Western, specifically like American culture, is that's really, I did not plan that very well. Is that people smile at each other because smiling is a defense mechanism, and you smile at people to show them that you're friendly and you're not going to kill them. So it's very common, especially in the US, for everybody to smile at each other, which I've been told by European friends is weird. Which I think's funny. That's a little cultural thing that I think is really amusing. I also find the custom of, so what do you do in the US pretty weird. It's a thing in Canada too. Run into somebody at a bar and it's like the third piece of small talk. What do you do for a living? Well, fuck. To which I usually just tell people something along the lines of prefer not to say, and then they press, and then it's like, well, I guess this is just the way this is going now. This is where it's going to go up. No, that's not where it's going to go up. It needs to go up somewhere where it can actually go up. I go up here. Then I'll collide with that. I basically need to be over here. Yeah, basically here. Are you in IT? No, I'm not in IT. I mean, for me, it's always, what do you do? I'd rather not say. And then they inevitably press. And then it follows with, well, I work in social media. And they say, so you're like, what is that? Is that a job or something along those lines? And it's like, well, I work in content creation around focusing on social media. And then they're just like, then they figure out what I do eventually. And then they ask me to promote their Instagram. And then the conversation ends. Although more recently, people have just been asking me to promote their TikTok. Which is kind of rumble. Makes me feel old. No, I don't want to promote your goddamn TikTok. The DF tutorials were greater gifts to humanity than many can hope. You know, it's funny because like I have absolutely no concept in my brain about how much those tutorials have affected the Dwarf Fortress community or anything as a whole. Like genuinely, I have no idea. Like from what I can tell, probably a lot, but genuinely, I have no idea how much of an effect it's had. Couldn't tell you. Lanix, what kind of dwarf would you like? You probably don't want one of the ones that's currently like, you know, trapped in that one room with the scary things, but what kind of dwarf would you like? Gift a dwarf to Silver Shadow. Okay, Silver Shadow. What kind of dwarf would you like? Congratulations, Silver Shadow. You're being dwarfed. Happiest dwarf? Beard or no beard? No beard? Okay. Then in that case, Servesh, the animal caretaker, who is legendary at something. You're a legendary dancer. The legendary dancer. You got the moves. You got the moves. Because tonight is the night. I'm gonna stop like uttering Electric Callboy lyrics now. Look up the moves if you want to know the song that I'm referencing. Or we've got the moves, I guess. She often feels filled with joy, and she is completely unmoved by art or the beauty of nature. And she lives a slow-going and leisurely pace, and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and is slow to anger. And she is quite polite, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. And she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she is brave in the face of imminent danger. Anta Roden, thank you very much for the second month of Prime. Welcome back. She's got the moves like Jagger, I suppose. She whispers when she's nervous and she needs Uncle to get through the working day. She dreams of raising a family and personally values hard work and doesn't care about art one way or another. She likes gypsum, pig iron, and star ruby, applewood, in the words of the South Wanderer, and the sound of the mellow saffron. And migrants have arrived. And the sight of the lilac of periwinkles, and when possible, she prefers to consume giant rattlesnake and apricot wine and absolutely hates moon snails. She has what was once a thin frame, now bearing enormous thick layers of fat. Her bronze eyes have large irises, and her hair is dry, and her very long hair is tied in a ponytail. Her slightly low eyebrows are extremely sparse, and her lips are very thin. Her somewhat broad head is tall, and her peach skin is wrinkled. Her ears are somewhat short, and her hair is she tantruming? What even was that? And her eyebrows are extremely sparse, and her no, she's not. I don't know what that thought means. It looked like the tantruming thing. Huh. Anyway, her peach skin is wrinkled, and her ears are somewhat short, and her hair is gray with flecks of flax. All right. Let's continue working on this. You never tried to create a single farm in any of your forts. Why? What? I mean, like, are you just surviving off of, like, harvested surface fruit and stuff? And, like, purchasing stuff? I mean, that's a perfectly viable way to do things. What's stopping you from just planting some farms? It's not exactly a complicated process. It's a very easy process, even. Jumplight Odyssey looks cool. It's a ship colony and entering early access soon. Jumplight Odyssey. This sounds very familiar. I've seen this before. No, I haven't seen this before. Wait, maybe I have. Looks kind of Star Trek-y. By League of Geeks. Where have I heard that name before? What else have they done? Oh, it's the Armello people. Okay, that's why I've heard that name before. Oh, you know what's a new upcoming game that I'm excited to play? This. Thronefall. I already have it, but I can't play it until release day because there's an embargo. But I'm looking forward to this. I'll play this because I really like Grizzly Games' other games. That's just next Wednesday we'll play that. All right. Claim to Stoneworkers Workshop. Dearest. Cool. Did you just hear Armello? Yes, the developers of Jump Light Odyssey made Armello. And Jump Light Odyssey was mentioned in chat, and I was like, this developer name looks familiar. Where have I heard this before? Turns out they made Armello. Are you mellow enough for that? I don't know. Which means I think I've met them. I remember talking to them at PAX at some point. All right, so right here, we're going to connect you to this. Pretty sure that's all of them going all the way up and down. Right here. Do that. Let's just go all the way down. Let's do that. Lurking and playing Project Zomboid. Honestly, I've been thinking about playing Project Zomboid again. That is a game I've been thinking about playing again. There's some games that aren't announced yet that I'm kind of excited about, but they're not announced yet, so I can't tell you that I know about them. So there's a few things like that right now where it's like, especially when you're asking me like, Greg, what games are you interested in? It's like, well, it would be great if I could tell you, but and there's like a non-trivial number of games like that right now. So there's that, but I don't know if that necessarily counts towards like games that I'm interested in that are new. Yeah, it does have a nice art style. Jump Light Odyssey. No, I mean, I wouldn't have to kill you, but I would be, like, scolded by somebody, probably. Maybe not the best thing to do. Dwarf Fortress Plump Helmet Farming Simulator spinoff? Nah, please, come on, it's a Eurus dating sim. Seriously, though, Kit Fox should make a Dwarf Fortress-inspired dating sim. They should do that. What's up, Central Castle? Not much. Yourself? Hopefully not my blood sugar. Didn't know how to farm a dwarf fort for about a week because I was in a Rocky Mountain biome and I didn't know about cave moss. Ah, yeah, true. I guess that. I guess depending on where you settle, it could end up being kind of hard to farm. Was showed on screen briefly? Was it Jump Light Odyssey? I think I showed that on screen briefly. But yeah, no, honestly, like the game, or was it Thronefall? Thronefall? This one? But yeah, Thronefall is it's a minimalist RTS game by Grizzly Games. They made Islanders and Superflight. It's those people. Okay, so not too bad. We'll basically go up here and just dig this out. Got 2 more ghosts that have risen and are haunting the fortress. Let's just go place some more slabs. Ugh. I may have to catch these dwarves in somewhere. Like over here, maybe? Like just little rooms or something? No more of them are in the well, but all right, let's do ghosts. Tekid and short. What? Oh, I see. There you are. So I got 20 slabs left. It's a huge cavern. It's a fucking cool cavern because it's so deep. It's a really neat cavern. Speaking of caverns, how many beds do I need? Probably need beds. Not actually as many as I thought. Okay. It's like Moria. Oh, that's not a good sign then. There you go. Make a couple extra bedrooms. Okay. But like with the amount of crazy monsters in this area, yeah, I guess it is kind of like Moria. So what I could do is I could make 3 cage traps. Build walls along here. Go 1, 2, 3. Once all these have cage traps in, if they all become were creatures, I could just open the door up and be like, come on out! You dirt bags! Here be beer run, very important. Go get that beer run done. And then if they, you know, step on these, they'll all get stuck in cages. Which will do them, and then at that point, we can figure out what to do with them from there. Let's see, those slabs are probably done by now. Nope, no they're not. Got a strange mood. Bumwreck is still building a thing. They will still turn into were creatures, yeah. Although they won't show their were creature sprite, which is kind of funny. They will only, we need empty cages. They won't, like, turn back into the, they will turn into their dwarf sprite, but then when they turn into the were creature sprite, they'll just become a moon. So it'll look like you have the moon caught in a cage, which is kind of funny. Oh, look, they're being spooked by a ghost. There's another cage I gotta make, Raul. Or another ghost I gotta make. Be really kind of fun if it was a vengeful ghost that attacked one of them. But it's not. Instead, it's just spooking them. They're just horrified after being hunted by the dead. These are some real upset dwarves in here. But they're all were creatures. So yeah, maybe like if I play my dwarfs right, we could set them up as some sort of trap for baddies, but I don't know how good of an idea that is. It's probably a really bad idea, actually. How many engraved slabs are in this fort? I don't know, but the body count is pretty nuts. Is there actually like a separation between engraved and stock menu? I mean, slabs total? So there's 62 slabs, and I had 20, and I just queued up 3 more. So, Werkias, they are werewombats. What happened to the murder tavern? It was too effective. I mean, I guess you haven't been here in like a week. It was too effective. I mean, I actually have a video showing what happened to the murder tavern. It was uploaded 9 days ago. There's your link. That was the end of Rose Pass. Murder Tavern. This is in the same world, though. But yes, that is in fact what happened to Murder Tavern. I had the creatures isolated for a bit, but yeah, once they started getting out, it was just like, okay, yeah, this fort's done. There's a point with where creatures where you just kind of have to be like, all right, you win. GG. That was fun. There's a point where it's just like, yeah, you've lost, and it's just time to concede. And that fort absolutely hit that point where it was like, okay, it's time to give in. It's time to, you know, move on. Just accept our losses. Everyone dies in the end? Yes. Every dwarf in Dwarf Fortress will die. Okay, have these got cages yet? Not yet. So once those get cages put in them, then we can do stuff with them. Speaking of other projects, Trapping Forgotten Beast project. Let's keep... So this side of the map just has a ludicrously deep aquifer for some reason. Still modest? I don't know. Put nicer quality furniture in it. They must be pretty low quality if that didn't make it a modest study. Make it bigger, yeah. Pave the floor. Engrave the floor. Engrave the walls. Boy. Still aquifer. Nope. Getting over here. Let's go to right there. Nope, that's not the tool I wanted. I wanted to select the material type. There we go. Get those all done. And then go, okay, so that needs 1450 power. Means I need all these connected. And I also need to get to the other side of this so that we can attach more. But let's just start connecting these. This is also going to use kind of a dumb amount of power, kind of a dumb amount of axles to actually set up properly. But single tile of flooring there. Caravan has arrived. A dwarven caravan. We'll have to trade with them. So here I'm just going to go wink, wink. You're going to get built there. You're going to get built there. You up here are going to come down. You're going to do that. You're going to do that. Recently, something new happened in your games. Friendly escaped experiment asked to join your civilization, and now makes now the fort is your absolute favorite, being a bard and hauling rocks and helping constructions. I have a question. Did he ask to join your civilization just from a random bard thing, or did you rescue him as a prisoner? But yeah, that's kind of rad. I love it when stuff like that happens. It's like my favorite Outpost Liaison was a Necromancer experiment. Talked about that Outpost Liaison many a time, but it was in one of my birthday streams once. Got a ghost that's following a Stonecrafter. Okay. What's your name? Ral. Slabs engraved. Okay, I just need to place the slabs. That's probably it. Yep, that's it. So some places have prisoners, and when you raid places, when you attack a place, like let's say we attack this Goblin Hillocks, right? One of the options is release other prisoners. The game doesn't tell you if there's prisoners there, but if there's prisoners there, then you have a chance to release them. And I once released a group of Necromancer experiments, and they all joined my fort. But this was a older version of the game. So I don't know, which is why I was asking how you obtained them. Urist the peasant has created Shazak Libash, a rock salt earring, and offers it to the massive danger. Let's jump over to that. This is a rock salt earring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval rock salt cabochons and decorated with goose leather and donkey leather and encircled with bands of wolverine leather. And this object menaces with spikes of heliodor and apricot wood and cowbone and precious fire opal. Should try that? I mean, it's super unlikely unless you happen to have a location nearby that has one. Or that has, you know, prisoners, rather. It's time to fortify this. Wonder what material I should make these fortifications out of. Quartzite, maybe? Let's go with quartzite. And there we go. There's our little artifact hold. Yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress has a lot of pretty amazing, like, mechanics that you'll never notice unless you specifically go looking for them. And things like being able to rescue prisoners is one of them. But it's also, like, super unlikely, and you need to find locations that have prisoners, which is... I'm not sure how to do that. All right, let's go trade. Let's just go spear. As you can see, I've got a couple spears just lying around this map. And the only ones I made were the steel ones. Admittedly, like, there's kind of a lot of steel spears, but... we are going to sell a lot of spears. No, it's not a good way to get a non-dwarf fort. And, I mean, yeah, they reproduce, they'll get married and whatnot, but you need multiples of them, right? But no, that's not a good way to get a non-dwarf fort. If you want a non-dwarf fort, settle somewhere very busy and just have an open tavern and accept all the merchants, and then accept all of the people who ask to join the fort, and then boot everybody else. You make clothing for your dwarves myself, like with my own hands? No, the video game makes them, but I do have to automate it from time to time. Or I do have to queue up dwarves as jobs every now and again. Well, there's still, what, 2 left down here? 1 in there. Yeah, I don't even know how these silver spears got to most of these places. But they're going through them. But no, it's not a good way to do it because there's like little to no indication as to who has prisoners. So CD drive? What's that? You know, I kind of say that as a joke, but I haven't had a computer with a CD drive in it since like 2011. The computer behind me had a CD drive in it, but it was never plugged in because I unplugged it to plug in more hard drives. And this one doesn't even have like a drive bay. Which is like, you know. I've made way too many X-Gon give it to you jokes in the past, like, 4 days. Because whenever Twitter comes up in conversation in DMs with anybody or anything, my natural response now is just X-Gon give it to you. Which is like, I don't know. I've listened to that song too many times the past week. The same fort got 2 necromancer migrants. One of them during a werebadger situation and made 2 zombies who just stay in the tavern for years doing nothing. I love those random friendly zombies that are not intelligent undead, so they're just like, oh, you're a friendly zombie. What do? Exist. It's just very funny. Try and get rid of the extra clothing. Just naked bluish standing around very scared of them for a long... yeah, no, I mean... If you check in the units list and you go to the others screen, if they say that if there's zombies like that, it likely says that they're friendly, which just means that they are like neutral combatants, so they're not gonna attack anybody. They just kind of exist. They're one of the types of zombies that can get rezzed, which are kind of fun. They're also pretty good watchdogs. Like they will spot intruders and things. So if like elves are stealthed and you have a couple zombies hanging around on the surface, they'll see the elves. They're kind of useful, actually. I mean, useful to a point. I mean, I don't know if I'd say that they're useful, but they've been, like, I had a couple in the entryway to, I can't remember the name of that fort. That really, really cool fort with the really cool entranceway that was defended with lava. Heatstone? Was it that one? Anyway, that particular fort had a couple zombies in the front entrance walkway, and they were very effective at spotting sneaky dudes. Your dog and cat populations are exploding? I recommend contraceptives or removing of nuts of the pooch. I've said a lot of things in the last couple minutes. Which thing are you referring to, Casual Elephant? No, I'm gonna buy the cheese with the remainders, okay? Gotta buy something. I don't want to buy my crap back. Cat meat, cat leather, cat tears. Also, your name Terminal Wetness. You know, when I think of the word terminals. Wait, hold on. What? Well, I mean, somebody got knocked in the well. That's kind of funny. Your name Terminal Wetness. No, 2 more to go. Your name Terminal Wetness is funny to me because it's like you're making me think about like ferry terminals, because we have ferry terminals here. It's like Terminal Wetness. It's like, yes, the ferries are generally pretty damp. Oh, also, if you guys want to cheat trading, kind of a little-known exploit, or an exploit in this game, not really. The first time you trade, instead of trading all of your items for all of the items that you want to trade for, trade like 12 of them individually, because they get experience on brokering and appraisal based on number of trades, not the total value of trades. It's tier 2 on Twitch to get sound commands, or $7 a month on Patreon, but I can do this.
Cheese for everyone!
There you go. Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum-bum. It was fitting. Thank you kindly. You're welcome. This is one way to get rid of garbage. By garbage, I just mean items I don't need. Not actual garbage. But that's all we were able to trade for, so let's get back to this. We'll need to get that that dwarf out of the well, but on the bright side, we are getting there. It's just these 2 left. Does anybody want to check when the next full moon is, chat? making cage traps slowly. I really need to finish up the floors in here. Smooth floors are lower value than floors. So they appreciate higher value things. So, yes. Although that's actually kind of a recent change. In this version... Oh. Right. Super duper dug this out. And completely forgot to, like, go in and fix it. It's like, where's all this water coming from? Welcome back, Paul. How goes Beer Run? Hello, Bad Scout. By the way, why your nobles are complaining about offices so much? They're probably complaining about offices so much because they need specific items in there. But they need high value and also specific items. And also it depends on the nobles. Like, if we're talking like mayors, they're not that picky. If we're talking like a baron, then yeah, they'll complain. That corner's gonna be a problem. About military items and not being in his office? Yeah, that's what he's upset about then. He doesn't care about the floor. So just make him, what, 2 armor stands and 2 weapon racks and just stick those in his office? Or bedroom? Or dining room? I don't think he cares which one they're in. It just needs to be in one of his rooms. You can also just not do it. It won't affect him too much. I mean, my mayor's not the thrillest, but, like... I should be managing that. I'm just... This fort has bigger problems currently. It's like priorities, I guess. Dwarf Fortress is a game about throwing way more things at you than you'll ever be able to really keep up with. That's just kind of how the game works. So I wouldn't worry about, like, not being able to keep up with everybody's needs all the time. Your fort will be happier in general if it's other people, but... No, it's all good. You're welcome to lurk. It's hot out? Yeah, I know that feeling. Alright, so now that that's been cut out, we'll just channel down here. We'll just keep doing this. There you go, you get that done. Get the rest of this. It's gonna dig all the way down to here. And we're gonna do this again. The Cyclops, Ade Imarillaslama has come. A gigantic humanoid monster with a single eye in its forehead. I'm gonna let the dwarves mine this out. I'm going to pause the game. I'm going to start constructing all of these walls so I don't get another mini flood. And then we're going to queue up killing that thing. Find it. There it is. Ooh, what's this? This is an alder mini forge. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. So a wooden mini forge has no relationships, is the enemy of a lot of things. Holy. Killed a great horned owl man? Wow. ...167 kills. And none of them are notable. Madam, you've done some damage in your 772 years. The awe-inspiring Climax is her name. I volley the stab. Where'd you go, Dwarf? Well, shit. I hope that you're able to survive this, but I don't expect you to. Wait, did you just climb up? Oh my god, he climbed up. Come on, Dwarf! You... Aww. It was so close. Did we already kill it? Shit, I was too busy staring... No, maybe we didn't. Oh, it's also in the water. That's not good. And it drowned. Nerev got credit, so Nerev hit it last. Did you kick it into there? What did you do? Stabs the Cyclops in the head with the silver... Oh, wow. Beheads it while it was in the water. Yeah, literally just ran up to the edge of it and stabbed it repeatedly in the head with a spear. Like, repeatedly. Like, repeatedly. And said that they were satisfied a few times in the middle of it. Stabs the Cyclops in the upper body with a silver spear, tearing the muscle and fracturing the floating ribs. Got stabbed him with the spear and then got it lodged in the wound, and then, yeah, then he tumbles backwards and then he just stabbed it repeatedly. Stab it till it ain't living. No, absolutely. Well done, Dwarf. And we lost a Dwarf who drowned. Kumail. I don't know what I was doing, right? I was working on this. In case that was enough, the Forgotten Beast Sostet Emissionator Kaxdath has come. A huge hairy flatworm. It has a broad shell and it is slavering. Its vermilion hair is long and wavy. Beware its deadly blood. And it can't get to us, but it is somewhere where there's another Forgotten Beast right next to it. So that one is stuck on a tree, but shoots webs. This one up here is an enormous quadruped composed of mud. It has a twisting jointed trunk and a bloated body. Beware its webs. And it's been here for a bit, stuck in this tree. And now Wormy McGee's down here. I guess you're gonna walk away from the one that's stuck in a tree then? As far as a lot of beasts? Yeah, and it isn't even like abnormally high savagery or anything. All right, well, like I said, it can't get to me, so. Who here in chat does not have a dwarf? Uh-oh. Moving down into this layer, and then that'll be it. And then we'll just need to construct these. Nordstrom, what kind of dwarf would you like? You don't? Well, what kind of dwarf would you like? Now you do. Was sniped out from under you? You gave it away! You have to get it first and then ask. You literally gave it away. That's why I said, uh-oh, because I was like, oh no. Yoink! Bearded military? Okay. I need to expand the military. Let's give you Atir, the blinky one, this one. Nortrum can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary and is often sad and dejected. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he often acts with compassion. He doesn't handle stress well, and he is a friendly individual. Finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is assertive, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he likes working outdoors, and he grumbles mildly at crappy weather, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Okay. Got a clothes shop that's been claimed. Dwarf is running around claiming stuff. Rough, precious fire opals. Fire opals are great. But yeah, I've got like easily distracted syndrome right now. I call it being sleep deprived. What else can we read about you? He personally finds the idea of fair dealing foolish and cheats whenever it finds it possible, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and likes horned silver and trifle pewter, and clear diamond and barn owl and crundle horn, not bone, sheep's wool and octopus parchment and battle axes, slabs and nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature, and the sound of the mellow saffron, and when possible prefers to consume oriole and peach cider and alpaca's milk and bitter melon leaves, and absolutely can't stand oysters. Yeah, I've never caught an octopus in Dwarf before, so I don't know how you'd make... I guess you'd need octopus leather. Anyway, he is muscular, and his medium-length beard is arranged in double braids. His long sideburns are neatly combed, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is neatly combed, and he has a very broad chin, and his eyebrows are slightly low, and his lips are thin, and his hair is light brown. His skin is peach, and his eyes are cobalt. And then this is the... This doesn't look like an aquifer to me. So I'm just going to go up to this layer, and we're just going to start building. And then what we do is we go down here, and we start digging. And then this is the last of it. And then from here, we're going to figure out where we're going to distribute the lava, if we're going to distribute it anywhere in the caverns, and if so, how we're going to do that and where it's going to go. If it goes into the caverns, which caverns? Because there's these upper caverns. I could very easily, like, just dump lava into this cavern, right? And just, like, start burning things. Which might not be the worst idea. Like, I'm thinking I could go, like, up here. Weaver has created Avus Dishmab, Ognet Gazot, a alpaca wool thong. Nice. And offers it to the massive danger. An artifact thong, yes. Did anybody here live in a household or have family members that referred to flip-flops, the sandal, as a thong? Or was that just my family? Because my family did that, and it always kind of perplexed me a little bit. I was like, I don't think that's what those are called. Yours did? Okay, so I'm not that weird then. So that's going to be lava drain number 1. And then I got more flooring to build. Especially in Thub. I'm gonna put my thongs on your what nows? I think it is actually a name for them. It's just I guess it's like it's a fanny pack, bum pack situation. All right, let's go down to the artifact hole then and put in some more pedestals because I think I need more. Real subs only? Well, I mean, there's no fake subs, but it's just paying subs. But all gifted subs are going to pay me better if we achieve that, which means it'd be real nice. Place the artifact in the noble's bedroom? Nah, I don't have any nobles. We just have a mayor, and they're not that valuable. Prime is OP because it steals Bezos money. Yeah, Prime subs won't pay me better, but... Uh-oh, it's party time. That's not good timing, is it? At least the music still bops. Well, it's money you can spend, but it's money that you don't have to spend, right? So they get free profit if you don't spend it. Whereas if you're diligent about spending it, then then you know. I just saw a thing that says that Ride the Lightning turned 49 today. Hi, bye. That Ride the Lightning turned 49. I would just like you to know, chat, that I don't like this. That's all, really. You're going to Vegas? I mean, good for you. Have fun. So we now get to figure out where I'm going to put this lava. I mean, obviously we need a lava moat. That's one of the first things we need to do. And then this is just going to connect to the lava moat. But I don't exactly know what else I'm going to do with this lava. Probably build a like, before I finish taking this out, make a reservoir somewhere around here, and then build another pumping system that pumps lava into a reservoir up here that I can just dump out, I'm thinking. But I'm not entirely sure. We're definitely going to do something with lava up here. Also going to make some floodgates for this. I need lava-safe floodgates and mechanisms. Okay, rock. Let's do iron floodgate. And let's just do 50 of those. And let's do rock mechanisms. I think I'll just stick with Gabbro and we'll just make 20 because I don't actually need that many. Is it possible that I provide for calcium to... that you provide code for calcium to predict the next moon, or would that be pointless time spent? I mean, I could just make a command that links to that part of the wiki, but like, I would say that would be pretty useless. I don't think that's something that we need. Personally. Especially because, like, wouldn't you need to hook into the game somehow? I mean, yeah, it's going to be a very minimal game. Lucky Soft. Because, I mean, all of Grizzly games are like that. They're all super, like... They're all games where, like, okay, so here's a bunch of neat mechanics, and we're just going to boil them down to, like, their minimum possible parts, is very much how they make games. Is there a way to make lava trap? Virtually infinite ways. This is also a really, 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 really bad thing to have happening right here, right now, because currently it's way too easy for things to just break in. So I'm going to build fortifications out of whatever the nearest material is in case we get attacked. I don't want them using this as an entryway to kill me. Still need to figure out how to get power to these. Oops, I screwed this up. Next moon is in 7 hours. Thanks for being on Moonwatch, Orange. Somebody has to do it. But no, Force Fusion Pit, I've done many silly things with lava over the years. And I'm kind of planning on making lava fountains for the surface of this fort. Because with the new CPU I have for this computer and the performance upgrades this game has gotten recently, it runs so friggin' fast, I might as well. But we're going to be doing that. We are going to be making lava fountains. Because I can, and I have the power. You just found out about the game yesterday? Gotcha. Well, welcome to the Dwarf Fortress realms. It's kind of a, I mean, everybody knows about Minecraft. Minecraft wouldn't exist without Dwarf Fortress, so everybody has interacted with games influenced by Dwarf Fortress, even if they haven't realized it. And this channel is kind of the, you know, the biggest, most active Dwarf Fortress channel here in the world of Twitch. Because without, well, on this channel, we have the developers on every, like, 3 to 4 months. We actually just had them on. We had Putnam and Tarn. It was a good conversation. VOD's up on YouTube now, though. We have beer? Yes. That or we are here to drink your beer. And steal your rum at the point of a gun. Because your alcohol to us will fall. Because we are here to drink your beer. You decided to turn the PC off just in case? Yeah, absolutely. I'm assuming you have a surge protector, but even still. I mean, there's been, like, the last, like, 3 thunderstorms we've had here in the last few years, I've, like, turned off my stream. Just been like, yeah, I'm just gonna not. It's not worth it. Let's turn off the computer, unplug the power bar, and then just enjoy the rain. You should absolutely buy a pack of bees. I don't care about the spell correction. You should go buy a pack of bees. Chat, should Orange buy a pack of bees? Are you still in, like, Kamloops? Because if you're still in Kamloops, then yes, you should absolutely buy beer. Because there's fuck all to do in Kamloops. Although maybe my cousin's in town. Who knows? Although I don't think he drinks, actually. Also, typo of the day goes to a strobe storm? What's a strobe storm? Never even heard this term before. All right, let's do this. I got too many jobs going. You're not stuck down there, are you? You walk out. Oh, I see. They literally can't get in and out of the entrance of the fort. I see what I've done. Let's just build that right there for right now. Oh, and also somehow I managed to remove the front stairs. Not sure how I did that, but oops. You missed the exit. Gotcha. Well, I got nothing to do tonight if you want to, like, not get drunk, but assuming you're not sloshed by 7 p.m. You could go get a beer if you like. Although it would have to be, like, around my building because I can't leave this dog alone too long. 5 flashes in the sky per second or more. So, like, I live in the greater Vancouver area, right? Which is, it's a valley, Forest Fusion Pit, and we don't get thunderstorms here. Like, I can probably, like, I'm pretty sure since 2019 we've had, like, 3. Maybe. And those are, like, anomalies. They don't happen very often. I like lightning. It's really cool to see, but like when there's lightning here, it's like, what is going on? What's wrong? Like everybody starts to kind of freak out a little bit. Because it's like, this is not good. Like something just feels wrong when there's lightning. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna build a little tower. And on top of that little tower, I'm gonna put, on top of that little tower, I'm going to put windmills. That's what I'm going to do. Like 100 miles east is rather common. 100 miles is a pretty far distance, right? You just need to be in a valley. Like, if you're in a valley that doesn't get that kind of weather, you're not going to get that kind of weather. We're in a valley, so we don't get that kind of weather. Here come the tree cutters. But yeah, also Force Fusion, because you are new here, if you need help between that Discord link that was just posted and then this chat, if you're trying to get into Dwarf, we can help you. We, believe it or not, play too much of this. I'm actually getting close to 1,000 hours on this version, and I'm kind of surprised it took me this long. Yeah, I'm at 993 hours on this version finally. Because I don't let the game run. Which means maybe today I'll hit 1,000 hours. I don't know. I can be a bit of an asshole sometimes, but we all have our moments. Okay, so I'm going to put 2 floodgates. So how'd you stumble upon Dwarf Fort, out of curiosity? Like, I'm curious how people find Dwarf Fortress these days. Previously, it was always just like, oh, people found Dwarf Fort because like they go to the weird parts of the internet to find weird games. But it's like, I wonder how people discovered this version of the game, you know? Clearly, I've been playing too much Delta V. I'll have you know, I'm allowed to play 8 hours of a different game. Fucking God forbid. And 20 hours of Xenonauts, the sequel. Both of that was time well spent. I'm starting to get ghosts of were creatures. There was a video, and so you just found a video and then fell down a rabbit hole, and then like 19 videos later, you're on my channel. I mean, that seems like a good progression. $742 videos later, stumbled on the videos of some idiot named Blind, and he called me a dick. Then I unfollowed everybody and said the game was bad and moved on with my life. I mean, what? Can it be played on its own? It is a remake, is what I would call it. Not really a reboot. Well, I guess it is kind of a reboot, but it's more of a remake. Because, yeah, no, it has the same story as the first one plus more, basically. I think that's how you found this channel, too. That's fine. I'm just, mocking myself here. I love how they're just slowly moving down into the well. Like, it is just very funny to me. And we've got some more stuff put away. I might just make a new hospital. They might just get to live there. We'll let that build. And then this over here, you're finally doing that. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Drop down that tree for me, please. There you go. And let's just go to stairs. Go up by 3 levels. Actually gonna make those out of walnut wood. Wait, more dwarves have been put to rest. And I don't actually need floors beyond that this initial floor. I will need walls, though. Used to hard kinds of games. Let's say Minecraft, but you want to build a computer or something. Okay. I mean, like, I always ask people, it's like, what's the most complicated game that you've ever learned? Because Dwarf Fortress is usually easier than that. Dwarf Fortress just kind of has its own weird language, and once you kind of wrap your brain around that weird language, you're fine. Once you kind of get past that initial hump of like, what? Wait, you're telling me that there's doors, portals, and portals are both doors, but portals are made out of a different material than doors, and you're telling me that boxes, chests, and coffers are all the same thing. Also, why are scrolls a tool? Maybe they're just read by tools. Anyway, yeah, it's Dwarf Fortress is a progression into one's own insanity. It's confusing initially, and then like you figure it out, and then you're like, ah, this all makes sense now. Very, very idiosyncratic. I really like the review for this game that's just Dwarf Fortress is a glue trap, is a rat-like glue trap for autistic people, and god damn it, I'm a dead rat or something. Which is just very, very, very funny. Not even remotely autistic here, but it's very funny to me to read that review. Every time I see it, it makes me smile. Containers are still confusing, sometimes 40 hours in. I mean, yeah. Actually, no, this one just needs a mechanism. All right, so how much power is this using currently? 356. 4, 12. Need 10? 10 windmills? This is gonna need to be kind of a big tower. Raz, thank you very much for the 39th month. Welcome back, dude. As well as Nixie. I completely missed that one. Thank you very much for the 11 months as well. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for helping keep this strange channel funded. But we don't have to do sponsored things. You still don't understand bins? It's okay. I don't understand bins sometimes. I just know how they work. I don't understand how they work. I just know how they work. Probably just lock this door. I don't speak binary. I actually don't know how to count in binary. True story. Okay, so I need to smelt more magnetite. That's what I need. Or hematite, that works. Oh wow, we're like really low on stuff. We're real low on ore. It's all garnerite. More garnerite. We need iron ore. Garnerite, gabbro, garnerite. Garnerite. It's marble. I have no bins except for bins of coins, yeah. Once something is in, it doesn't come out. After making a first batch, they appear everywhere in places they're needed. Yes. All right. The were-wombat poet Venmo, Thalao Relep the Thethi, it's definitely an elf, has come. A large wombat twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for flesh and blood, and its eyes glow golden yellow. Its cinnamon hair is very curly, and you will know why you fear the night. Please be somewhere far away and convenient to run away from. You're looking at Kodal. You know what I should have asked Tarn? I should have asked Tarn if were creatures are going to get procedural faces. You're injured, so you two, I'm just going to assume are bit. But we also don't have a hospital, so they'll just be left outside until they die, hopefully. That's 1. And 2. There you go. We'll kill her if we can, but I don't think we'll get to her in time. Where combat? Dun 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 dun. Anyway, no, it's fine. It left the map. This world is infested with were-wombats, okay? Yep. That is absolutely what they do. They hang out right on the edge of the map and then pop in and attack you when they become were creatures. The airline that I normally fly is currently advertising 25% off on all destinations. I'm not gonna lie, it's really tempting. Can we actually just like not get here? It must be the case. It's like I keep like catching myself like looking for an excuse to fly somewhere right now because of this. Marketing, it's working. And no one ever asks why wombat. I've made that joke so many times. Do I fly regularly? I fly for work, so yes. I mean, pre-pandemic, I would fly to Boston, PAX West, I wouldn't fly to PAX West. I would take the bus to PAX West in Seattle. And I would go to Boston and TwitchCon every year. Which I did 2 years in a row. And then after that, it was just TwitchCon. So once a year at least. And like I'm flying to Vegas. Last year I flew to Montreal. This year I flew to Montreal. I went to Vegas last year on a vacation right before Dwarf Fortress released. Just to hang out with one of my mods. I'm going to TwitchCon in Vegas this year. I've already booked flights for that. I've pre-booked a flight for next year as well for a different thing. So I wish I could just take trains. I mean, like, Whenever I go to Seattle, I take the train because it's way nicer than flying. But like, I'm not a big fan of flying, and I try to not when I can. But turns out there's some places here which are just too fucking far. Like, I always get like bloody astonished when I hear people in Europe who are just like, yeah, I'm flying to go meet my in-laws or something. It's like, oh really? How long's the flight? 22 minutes. Why don't you take a bus or drive? It's like, because it takes 2 hours. Or like take a train. Or something. When I talk about taking the train down to Seattle, I take Amtrak. I have no idea what Coastal Starlight train is. I usually either take Amtrak or the bus, whatever scheduling works better for me. I've thought about taking the train to, like, Los Angeles before for conventions. But yeah, outside of, like, work travel, the last time I flew, like, with the exception of going to Vegas and Montreal this year, or Vegas last year and Montreal this year, and Montreal the year before, the time before that I flew for pleasure was, or the last time I flew for, like, a vacation or something was 2011. So, traditionally, no, I don't fly a lot, but recently I've been flying a bit more. Still don't like it. I fucking hate flying. I try and avoid it at all costs. Ask me anything about my carbon footprint. It's cheaper to fly from Scotland to London than it is to take the train. I would take the train. I mean, for as an example, Pepin, that particular airline, I could fly from here to Edmonton for $40. Okay, that's like, actually ask Orange how long of a drive that is, because I don't actually know how long. That's not a short drive, but I could get from here to Edmonton for $40. The train is like $300. If the train even goes that far, I would probably need to swap to a bus halfway, because I don't think the train actually goes all the way there. So yeah, we have this exact same situation. Turns out people have like recency bias for a lot of cities, where like if you've been to a city recently and had a bad experience, it's a terrible city. So usually when somebody's like, I hate insert city here, I just kind of assume that they either live there or lived there or had to spend a lot of time there unwillingly.
Less than 3.
3 than less. Ozio, thank you very much for the Prime for the 3rd month. Welcome back. And hates Edinburgh? Sure. I mean, that's like me hating Calgary. It's like, why do I hate Calgary? Well, because I live in Vancouver. That's why I hate. I'm like genetically engineered to hate Calgary. Because I'm from Vancouver. $350 thing going, by the way? You mean the, like, sub numbers? We've got enough paying subs for this month. Now we need 2 more months of this. But then we have to re-earn it again next year. Because it only lasts for a year. But so far we've achieved July. Calgary is way better than Edmonton, at least. Yeah, but my city doesn't have a rivalry with Edmonton the same way we have a rivalry with Calgary. And I just don't like Calgary, though. I've been to Calgary a couple times, and I do not like that city. Like how all Montrealers hate Toronto? All of Canada hates Toronto. Get your facts straight. That's not unique to Montreal. That's the entire country. Okay? If you don't live in Toronto, you are, like, predetermined to, at the very least, relatively dislike the existence of Toronto. Okay? Lesson in being Canadian here. Yes, fuck Toronto. Why does the entire country hate Toronto? Because it's a really big flat city with nothing really interesting going on in it except they have a really big pointy tower. That's it. Basically. No, everybody hates their hockey team. That's like the actual reason is everybody hates their hockey team, and I'm stuck in ads now. It's literally just it's a very it's a big city that never shuts up about how great their city is, and everybody who actually lives in the inner city there is just like, the city fucking sucks. So it's just a very big city. That's all it really is. But it actually is about the hockey team, because the Toronto Maple Leafs are notoriously terrible, and their fans are obnoxious. So to speak in American for a second here for my subscribers who aren't currently seeing ads and people who live in places that don't see ads, it would be like if the Bears, the Chicago Bears, had the craziest fans in the world that showed up in your city and broke into shit and damaged shit every single time their team was playing, and your team beats them because they're terrible. Every now and again, the Leafs will have a streak where they're good, but generally they're a really bad team. So my entire life has just been fuck Toronto, because like the Maple Leafs would be playing Toronto here in Vancouver, and then the next day you'd wake up and you'd see on the news or like read in the newspaper or see on some website that like 4 shops got broken into and a car got set on fire because Leafs fans were in town. So like Philly, it's not, they're nowhere near that bad. They're nowhere near that bad, but they don't destroy their own city. They just destroy other cities. So Blue Jays fans down here in Seattle were obnoxious. Gotcha. Yep. But yeah, no, largely it's sports, but also fuck Toronto. Let's see if they just leave. Yes, they did. Sweet. Animal caretaker's been found dead. Excuse me? Hold on. Why is this door unlocked? Did I unlock it? I don't think I unlocked that door. Well, fuck. Anyway, there's only one left. Pretty sure there's only one. Did I unlock that door, like, absent-mindedly? So I'm pretty sure I didn't. Monarchs? Monarchs, yeah, are meant to be able to have a work detail. That must be a visitor and not actually a member of your fort. Super toxic customers, but you can make fun of them because you were located in a little bunker with steel bars? Jesus. That's intense. $360. We're currently producing 320 power. You just answered your own question. It works exactly the way it says it would. I am cool, Dan. What kind of dwarf would you like? If you'd like to see the list, let me know. I'm currently clicking things. Happy dwarf. Give Tarn a happy dwarf with a beard. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. That wreaks havoc on you every time by not allowing that vertical axle hole to actually have access to your fort. Which is what I intend to do. If there's no way for them to enter the fort via that vertical axle, then they won't use it. As long as there's nothing living down here. So basically, once it hits here, this is not going to have access to my fort in a little bit. So this is just going to have a wall here soon. There's going to be a wall built along all of these. And there's going to be lava in here anyway. But there's just going to be a wall there soon. So once there's a wall there, there's like no way that they could attack me through there. Even if they wanted to. So Tarn gets a happy dwarf. Tarn Toady Adams is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings, is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he can handle stress. He prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible and is troubled by his own nature. He prefers discord and debate at more abstract level. Gesundheit, kitty cat who just sneezed on my foot. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he has a greedy streak. He has a calm demeanor, and he tries to keep his things orderly, and he often feels lustful. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he doesn't often feel envious of others, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. When he gets bored, he starts talking to inanimate objects and scratches his head when he's nervous. That's actually very true. He dreams of seeing the great natural places of the world and personally doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife and is put off by family. He likes basalt and black bronze and mountain goat horn and lion bone in the color sky blue and backpacks and coins and kia for their intelligence. And the words of the wise embraces and when possible prefers to consume stingray and date wine and dwarven syrup and longland flour and absolutely hates bats. His dry hair is extremely long. He is thin and frail. His nose is upturned. His eyebrows are... Elves have arrived. His eyebrows are very thin, and his brass eyes are slightly close set. His ears are somewhat splayed up, and his hair is amber, and his skin is cinnamon. He is married, and his mom is dead. His grandmother's dead, and his aunt is dead, and his uncle is dead, and his cousin is dead. His other cousin is dead. His other cousin is dead, and he has some friends. Well, that's dark. Yeah, his wife was... Yeah. We roasted poor Tarn. His family is dead. Yeah, apparently we roasted poor Tarn. Less time for family means more time to code. I don't know if I'd put a laughing face on that, but sure. Okay, needs 360 power. Yeah. Oh, I see. They never actually constructed this. They suspended it. I was like, why is that not getting power? It's because this thing get built. Where's the best place to submit a save file for reporting bugs? DM Putnam and offer to send her one would be your best way to do it. Or Kit Fox form, but I would just say DM Putnam because she stated she doesn't get that many. So if you have a save that you want to get looked at, just send it to her. For once, I have no idea what chat is talking about. But that's okay. Twink. I mean, she'll download it, but yeah, she won't respond. This, that, and the other. You know, if they wouldn't topple things, I'd be tempted to just leave or lock the were creatures in this tower. Wait. Why is that door open again? Ghost, are you opening this fucking door? Fuck. I think this ghost is opening the door, chat. I'm like 99% certain that's what happened. So why didn't you get caught in the cage trap then? How the hell did you get out? I think I'm going to go quit without saving and jump back to the last save. Because I don't want this fort to fall that way. This fort is too cool to let it fall that way. And I don't really want to reclaim this fort a third time. We were only a month into the season anyway. Third time's the charm? Nah, I don't care. It's more just of a I don't want to do that. It's got nothing to do with third time's the charm. Okay, so this is where this door is open. But like... Like, then you kill this dwarf. Sure. They're just gonna leave because that's what they do. All right, you. Escape that. Was there more than one werewombat? Yes, the other one's in the cage. There's two. Convinced it's that ghost unlocking it. Because, like, the other one is right there. Apologies for the save scumming. I'm pretty fucking tired of these were creatures. I had one fort fall like that, and I'm not willing to have another one fall like that. Especially when, like, I was, like, not even 20 days into the month. So yeah, something unlocked these doors. It was either me or that ghost. I think it was probably that ghost, because I don't believe that I unlocked those doors at any point. Like, how did you just unlock this door? You see, this ghost just unlocked it. You guys just see it, right? Somebody clip that. Here, I'll clip it. Especially when, like, look at this. Not even 20 days ago. Watch this door. Watch this door. This ghost is here. Look at that. See? It's right there. This ghost is literally unlocking these doors. So I have to suspend this again. I guess what I actually need to do is figure out what that ghost is, or who that ghost is. Is this normal? Yes, this is absolutely normal. This is a normal ghost behavior. It's just rare ghost behavior. Okay, it is bamboo. It's the other were creature that got bit. But we're trying to memorialize him. Scoundrel, absolutely. Oh, for fuck's sake. Literally did it again. Ghost is camping the door. Yeah, no kidding. Cool. You can live there now. And the ghost has been put to rest, so we have access to our hospital again. Good lord, though. So let's go in here and give some dwarves some doctoring jobs. Because we do need those. The one cage trap? I'll figure that out later. For right now, it can just sit there and contemplate its mistakes. Okay. I've got things on the surface I gotta worry about. Such as, like, finishing this tower and all that. This is currently my #1 concern. About to embark on a heavy aquifer with deep soil. Any tips? Pray it's not too thick, and pumps or careful cave-ins are your best bet. Door downstairs is locked. Is it still locked? Nope. No, this door's unlocked. You lose 4 in a row. Can't win them all, as they say. Tickets are temporary, glory is forever. This is true. All right. This is producing more than enough power for this layer right here. So up top here, I'm going to need to put in these. Right, yeah, I'm out of iron. Well, it's time to go find more iron ore, I suppose. Like there. That's magnetite ore, but this is all in an aquifer, right? Oh, no, it's not. It's not this stuff up here is. Gonna have to be careful where they dig to, though. Another artifact being made. I would look up strats on the wiki on how to get through them, because you'll need strats to get through the heavy aquifer, assuming the whole thing is a heavy aquifer. There we go. Let's just remove that. Let's do this manually. You still have yet to mess around with heavy aquifers? They're very annoying, tedious. I mean, they are kind of like the original, like, hey, here's a thing that you don't want to mess with in Dwarf Fortress thing. You didn't know that cave-ins were a thing? You can cave in stuff. You just have to be kind of sneaky about it. You have to remove all of the supports from a thing. Buildings don't have structural integrity, though. But if there is no support for something, it falls, and it is quite violent, to put it bluntly. You know, let's just actually just erase the side down here so I don't need to worry about it. Is just a don't settle here marker. I mean, it's a settle here marker if you're willing to deal with a lot of tedium. Like, you know how thick light aquifers can be? Heavy aquifers can be that thick too, except it's an infinite torrent of water instead of like a trickle. And the trickle is like a pain in the ass already, so... Now fight the infinite torrent. Good luck. Okay, that should get some of this stuff smelting. The entire world can be supported by a single rock. Not just a structure. The entire world can be. Let's try trading with these elves. If they brought anything. But yeah, try removing all of the support from a thing. The forgotten beast Vaphis has come, a giant one-eyed opossum. It has 2 broad horns and it undulates rhythmically. Its hair is long and straight. Beware its fire. That was fine until I got to the fire bit. It is in kind of an awkward spot where I don't think we really need to worry about it. What kind of question is that, Gene Peasy? They brought a small cage with something in it.
I pulled my shoulder at work.
Oh
now
no.
to apply heat and rub to it. But not too much, otherwise I'm going need to serve coleslaw and cornbread with it. I hope the stream is going well. Crypt Coffee.
Please don't serve your shoulder to anybody. But I hope you have a swift recovery. That blows, dude. Anybody who's telling you that dwarves shouldn't trade with elves doesn't play this game. Or they're playing a different game than I'm playing. I don't use Dwarf Fortress as a simulated racism simulator. If we're at war with the elves, we're at war with the elves. But there's nothing wrong with trading with the elves, and dwarves do that all the time. If anything, the elves are some of the best people to trade with, because they bring you large animals and things that you can't acquire on your own on most maps. So there is absolutely nothing wrong with elves. Dwarves love drink, industry, and trade. Elves allow us to make different kinds of drink we wouldn't normally be able to make, because they have access to fruits and stuff that we don't have access to. I mean, so I just have to say, if that's the way you get enjoyment from your games, I'm happy for you, but I think you really need to speak with like a mental health professional about your tendencies if you get genuine enjoyment out of watching digital creatures that don't exist cry. I think you got something you got to work through on your own time. How dare you not support fantasy racism? I mean, it's fun to fight with the elves. I guess by that logic, I do. But I usually end up trading with them because it's significantly better gameplay-wise to just trade with the elves. They're kind of boring to fight, which is the biggest problem with them. Because they're not particularly strong and have pretty weak weaponry. I'd much rather trade with them generally. Yeah, I mean, it's good time as any, but the sad part is the vast majority of people who play Dwarf Fortress don't actually care about the Dwarven ethics articles, so... But we're also not talking about cannibalism or anything, which is actually against Dwarven ethics. All the things they're talking about aren't actually against Dwarven ethics. They're just being, like, assholes. Which is a very human tendency. That's not true. If you chop down too many cave trees, they'll get annoyed with you. And you have no clue why? You're new? All right. So then why are you asking if it's ethical? Like, are you asking how do you trade with them ethically? They don't buy weapons, and they don't buy anything made out of animals. So if you try and sell them anything made out of animals, they will not accept it. If you try and sell them weapons, they will not accept it. And if you sell them wood, they will not accept it. So if you have, like, jewelry or crafts or mugs or furniture, they'll accept it. They're picky to trade with, but the rewards are numerous if you can get them on good terms with you. Wood and animal parts pisses them off the most. Weapons just makes them stiff their noses at you. And a lot of the player base likes to use them as an analog for racism because turns out there's a lot of people out there who have very racist tendencies, and they use the video games as a method of I don't know, coping with their mental problems. So you'll get a lot of people who just scream false obscenities and act like assholes. But in reality, like, they can be a fun adversary. They can be a fun thing to fight against. But generally, it's just better to trade with them because they're rather boring to fight. And if you've played this game for a while, you'll know that they're rather boring to fight because their weapons are all made of wood, which are kind of shit. And if you can get on good terms with them, they will bring you, like, elephants and shit, which is phenomenal. It's not exactly what I wanted to have happen there, but that'll do. I do that right. You know, there's a reason I try my damnedest to not stream any, like, World War II/World War I games. There's some games that fall under that banner that I really, really like, and I used to play a lot of. But turns out, like, there's a lot of people out there who are just all like, yo, I really like Nazis, so I play a lot of World War II games. And I find those people to be kind of insufferable. So I generally just don't play them. A lot of wargaming, unfortunately, I think hits all of that shit. Oh yeah, every faction is in conflicts amongst themselves. Dwarves can be in conflicts with other dwarven factions. And that's pretty common, actually. Because, like, faction does not equal species in Dwarfort, right? Like, a dwarf that is raised by elves will literally have the description of an elf. Like, if you read enough of the descriptions of the different character types in Dwarfort, you'll eventually start to recognize that, oh, this dwarf has an elvish description. They, like, value nature and shit. They have an elvish name. They were raised by elves. And then you go and you look at the groups that they were part of, and it's like, oh, I was a part of the, I don't know, the fragrant pregnancy or some shit, some random elf name group. And it's like, ah, yeah, well, that's why you value nature and don't care about industry, is because you are an elf, or you were raised by elves. Absolutely, yeah, Jeeves. I've seen goblins invading goblins. Although the only faction that I really, like, point at that I'm like, this faction is kind of inherently evil are humans. which I genuinely think is hysterical. It's like the evilest faction in this game, by a lot, are the humans. I've also had, like, dwarven factions that are allied with goblin factions, and then you go into Legends, and it's just like, the reason they're allied is because the dwarves dug too deep, and they seeked out an alliance from the local people who just happened to be goblins. Kobolds is best faction? Kobolds is best faction because they didn't do anything wrong, and they are completely innocent, regardless of what you have to say. They're just so dumb that they don't know what they're doing wrong. Okay, you up here. We're producing 1,300 power. You need 1,450. Is this whole thing connected? Yes, it is. All right, well, it is time for us to make more power. Getting real close to being able to use this stuff. But Suited Giraffe, because I've been rambling for the last 10 minutes, I hope that your shoulder feels better soon. And thanks for the $5, man. Oh boy. Can shut your brain off for 5 hours? Yeah, that's the best part of the day, hey? The Forgotten Beast, Esmir Thyso, has come. A towering eyeless alligator. It has a square shell and it undulates rhythmically. Its auburn scales are oval-shaped and set far apart. Beware its poisonous vapors. Where is it? Okay, it's somewhere that it can't get to me. That's fine. And I got another ghost, so let's deal with this ghost. Okay, so that's all done. Just be able to lock this now. That's fine. Well, actually, do I even need to have these? I don't think I even need to lock this door. I don't think anything can actually get in. Well, I can finish this up anyway. No crocodile tears from the lidless alligator? Yes. Also, hi, Bobtron. Why you popping? Our computer sent us a 250-volt computer with a 2.2 kilowatt PS power supply, 230-watt processor, and 96 gigabytes of RAM, and they don't understand what they did wrong. $2.2 kilowatt? I'm reading that number, right? That's a lot of watts. Like, it's a chunky fucking power supply. I really want a 1.21 anything power supply just so I can say 1.21 watts. What? Did Weaver go berserk? Well, that's... We ridiculous. Okay, well, Guys, wanna help? There you go. Must have been an artifact that I wasn't paying close enough attention to. Fortunately, we do actually have doctors now, so... There is a body in the well, but I'm sure that's fine, right? What's up? Word up, indeed. What was I doing? Okay, so this is done. You're not both hooked. I think we fill up the moat first, eh? So body in well is fine. Body in the well is fine, assuming body isn't bleeding. If body is bleeding, then the body in well is not fine. That body is not bleeding, it's long dead, so we're fine. Slightly traumatic, though. They'll probably look down and be like, oh God! every couple times they look down there. They'll just be like, oh God, no, ah! And then moving on. Well, the last thing I need to do is I need to connect this. I need to seal this side of things. And also probably this top one. Actually, that one I don't need to touch. You come here and pull this. We'll connect you. Generating 600 power. This news is 1450. Disengaged. Okay. Should be good. Extra delicious traces of calcium in your water. I don't know about delicious, but... There's traces of something in there. Looks like mechanisms are missing to you. I'll go take a peek in a second. Also, yeah, I think there is mechanisms missing, but it's generating enough power, so. It's certainly generating far too much. But I think I know what you're talking about. That entire statement, Deep Sea Mastodon, hurts my brain. Excuse me? What? Watts per maple syrup. You know that maple syrup exists in countries that aren't Canada, right? Like, just confirming this. You know, you are aware of this, right? Yeah, it's still generating enough power, though. You're right. There are two missing. But yeah, this lower side's also generating 1700, which I should probably attach these because I can. Forest Stud is dark and vile has arrived. Actually? Wow. They wish to parley to avert loss of life. I think I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna approve the parlay. And I'm going to approve the parlay purely because I would just like to hang out and actually... Mayor, you're supposed to go do the parlay. That's literally your job, Mayor. Mayor too busy drinking to go and eating a strawberry, nonetheless. I'm diabetic, Puphead. So I don't know who told you that, but I can tell you right now it's not true. There you go. Lady, go attend your parlay. And I will roll my eyes for a very apparent reason, Puphead. These little trails developed along here because so many people are walking along it. Okay, what do they want? Royal Shake, the Fins of Waiting. Which one's that? You know what? Yeah, you can have it. It's just a figurine. Return treasure. There you go. But yeah, I genuinely couldn't tell you the last time I had maple syrup. Like, I have no idea when I last had maple syrup. I realize this might be a surprise to some of you, but I honestly have no idea. I'm not gonna lie, I wish I were a vampire because then my life expectancy would be better. Oh, I've had maple syrup. But I don't think I've had maple syrup in like 5-10 years. Maybe more, even. Wakapepe, what kind of dwarf would you like? Never had it? How's it taste? Sugar. You like sugar? Tastes like sugar. Is there any military? Is there? Hold on. To turn them on. I don't know why you would want to be in the military. I never know why anybody wants to be in the military, for that matter. Real life and in video game. I need to expand the military. Beard or no beard? Got 1, 2, 3, 4 unnamed ones, 5, 6 unnamed ones. All right, let's, no, it's for Narnia. Come on, get it right. We'll give you the Stab Master. Stab Master Zuglar. We should actually name you Wacka Pepe. Call you that. Because you're whacking them, but. Humans have arrived to trade, apparently. Wacka Pepe lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace, and he is very slow to anger. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing his mind. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and is often nervous. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he's not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he needs alcohol, and he has a greedy streak, and he often acts with compassion. He is currently more rude, and he currently is more fearless, and he is currently more confident, and he is currently more shameless, and he is currently less private, and he is currently more thoughtless. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized, and he personally doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. And he likes marble and billin and picture jasper and giant green tree frog leather and pigtail fabric and the color rose taupe and picks and rings and toy boats and Cyclops for their single eye and the words of the crystal turquoise, and when possible prefers to consume cheetah and sylphin molly and rhubarbs and sunshine, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. He was once a thin frame, now bearing enormous thick layers of fat. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed, and his short hair is neatly combed. His emerald eyes are sunken, and his ears are somewhat short, and his hair is brown, and his skin is pink. And he's killed Embrace Blossoms, the Barb of Authors, a zombie cave crocodile. Good job. Because that's just what he likes. I can tell you for a fact that having one eye kind of sucks. All right, well, let's begin the pumping, shall we? Let's see if it's spilling anywhere. Turn it on and then check for errors, the way I like to operate. Lava flow begin, chat. Oh yes, we pumping. And I'll get to this pretty quick. At which point it's going to fill up to here. And also up to here. I need to put a wall there. Uh, 18. Bad scout. Sweet, that's done. Oh, I mean, it wasn't going to, it was going to flood, like, it wasn't going to be an issue. Long story short. Okay, well, lava flows all the way up to here. And as this fills up, then this is just going to start to fill up. So let's just let this fill up and get some pressure on it. I want this lower level to be totally full. How to keep out were-wombat step 1. Fill the surface with fire. I mean, it's not specifically were-wombats, but how to keep your enemies far away from the fort. Burn them. What does a complete armor setup look like for a dwarf? Here, I can give you the visual example. Foot armor, hand armor, head armor, leg armor, body armor, shield, and weapon. All right, well, this is working. This is going to fill a moat, yes. The moat is right here. So I'm going to be pumping lava into here. And I'm actually just going to forbid everything in here real quick. When no stupid dwarf decides to hop over. Well, it's filling. It's not full yet, but we get some pressure on it. It'll move pretty quick. And then I'm going to use the lava up here to make lava fountains, and I'm going to try and weaponize them. What's the most injuries you've seen a dwarf live through afterwards? I had a Forgotten Beast once that, or I've had these a couple times, but I had one particularly memorable Forgotten Beast that had deadly dust, and as part of the deadly dust, it just basically made all of the body bits melt off and turn to rotten flesh, and literally every bit of that dwarf's skin had to be removed, and it survived. So probably that. Yeah, I'm using multi-threading. I've been using multi-threading for about 2 months now, though. Because it was in the experimental branch for quite some time. Before it worked its way into the main branch. Actually going to pause this briefly. And this will just slow down its flow a little bit, but it's not like it's gonna really damage it much. Okay, so that closes. This is going to all fill up pretty quick. So what you're going to see is you're going to start seeing these all turning into 7 of 7. And the reason the flow was so quick was it basically just ejects all of the 7 of 7 lava immediately upon me opening the top floodgate. So once this is 7 of 7 down here and all of these are filled all the way up, then there's nowhere else for the lava to go. So all of that stuff just gets boosted out the top immediately. So there isn't really pressure on it technically. But it's basically just like all of this is just preloaded lava that's just ready to go that comes out the top instantly once it's opened up. See, so all this is 7 of 7. This fills up. 7 of 7. 7 of 7. 7 of 7. Now this bottom bit's filling up. So once all this is 7 of 7, all of it'll go when I unlock it. So we're just going to wait for this to fill up. Although we're about to get hit by ads, which is like suboptimal. Ads. Oh, it's way safer than water. Dev table. You mostly play on Steam Deck lately? Yeah, I know a lot of people have been saying they play on Steam Deck, Deep Sea Mastodon. Okay, let's go all the way up. You back up. There will be a little bit of a gusher. Or once this disappears, it's been pulled. Let's see how far that goes. Nothing super oh, there it goes. Yeah, it is flowing quite a bit quicker now. There we go. See that the author of that mod is a furry. Why, is there just like a ton of furry things in there now? Anthropomorphized animals and such? Yeah, pressurized water is infinitely more dangerous than lava. Almondwood chest is burning. Oh, we got a bunch more migrants coming in. I need to make more beds. Oh. The Cult of Fate has many worshippers in Burnvault. Now requires a temple and a priest. I'll have to get to that. Why is water so much worse? Water is infinitely more dangerous than lava. Dwarf. Because water has infinite pressure, whereas lava doesn't. So water is way less predictable the speed it's gonna go. And also, if dwarves fall in lava, they're about as likely to die as if they fall in water, so... By that I mean they're basically guaranteed to die unless they can swim. In the far and away map, vast majority of dwarves can't swim. Hi! What are you doing? You moron. Stab it. You idiots. Runs towards lava at 50 dwarf feet per second. Yeah, we're melting blocks. Stuff burns. And, you know, we're just doing constructions now up above the lava. Because, you know, we like to do our constructions in a safe space. It's fine. Yeah, dwarves are like smartish around lava and will walk around lava. They'll walk right through water. Dwarven's sense of self-preservation around lava is questionable. I don't know why there's a horse on this, but there's a horse here. It's got warm year-round. I mean, it doesn't snow here, so... I have a feeling it's been warm already, but, I mean, the in-wall heating is gonna help, yeah. How the heck did you get a /our_place badge on Twitch? Interesting. I'm wildly curious about how you got that. From Grand Pooh Bear? Grand Pooh Bear like can give out his own badges? Huh. Wild. Admittedly, during /our_place this year, I was too busy drawing fuck spez everywhere and trying to keep the dwarves, so... to pay attention to anything Twitch was doing. You're going hard last Thursday? Gotcha. I gotta mint my own badges now? How about I lavender my own badges instead? Prefer lavender anyway. Better sleep aid. All right. I don't know. I personally feel that Dwarf Fortress should have a global emote, but that's unrelated to badges and also unrelated to me. I think it's like if Binding of Isaac can have global emotes for Twitch, Dwarf Fortress should have a global emote. It's a bit of a travesty that it doesn't yet, actually. Any way we can make that happen? I have no idea what the process of that shit's like these days. I've never looked into it. I've never tried. So your guess is as good as mine, to be honest with you. Like 10 years ago, I would have just emailed a person and asked, but Twitch is very different these days. Seems like we are getting assaulted by monkeys again. We're fighting with gray langurs. All right, so once this thing is full, then we can open this one and clean these caverns up a little bit. You know? Sometimes, because I'm doing this part just for fun, but this area is going to be turned into obsidian a bit. Sort of resembles a middle finger. I mean, sure. It's almost time to glass the caverns? Yes. We could actually glass the caverns right about now and just let this do its thing for a bit. Now we just wait for a dwarf to show up. Yeah, they're fighting with monkeys. I don't think I could tell you anything about the Teletubbies. Like, at all. Mostly due to lack of giving a shit. Okay, let's wait for this to be 7 of 7. This is just going to keep pumping up. They were so uncanny. I don't know if that's the word I would use. Strange is more the word I would use. So CCJ, since you last watched my stream, I got a new CPU, as well as some other new PC parts. And this is a brand new Ryzen 7. And I got like 100 to 150% frame rate increase upon buying this CPU. So if you want really good frames in Dwarf Fort, buy a Ryzen 7. Spend $600 on a Ryzen 7. 600 US. But all right, so now we open up this. So we're gonna do the whoosh again. It's 21 years old now. That doesn't make me feel old because it's younger than me. So I hope that that baby is still getting royalties. That's all I can really say. Is like as long as that person is still getting royalties, then no issues here. So let's burn the caverns a little bit. It's time to glass some caverns. Although this one I think is going to run into... What timing? Wow, game, you such a tease. Can't go big. Game's got to save first. I mean, so can it run Crisis? Meme is dead. No, but like yes, but there's other games that are like replacing that now. Like, I know Callisto Protocol was I saw somebody saying, is this the new Crisis? Basically. I'm kind of surprised they haven't like put out a ray traced Crisis yet, actually. Unless, like, Crisis Remastered just has, like, that in it, but I don't think it does. Well, in other news, the dead walk, so we're apparently supposed to hide while we still can. I'm not quite ready to kill you with lava, though. It's a shame. Oh. That's no fun. These things are the things that killed my fort the last time. Because they can rip doors off of hinges. We've also got a lot of intelligent undead. Frozen stalkers, they seem to have the ability to, like, cause pain at a distance. So it's a very large hairy spider. It has a pair of knobby antennae and black hair, and its black hair is long and straight. This night creature was created by the dwarven frozen stalker Bim Wieldemore. Oh, it's not the one what I thought it was. After horrible experiments on grizzly bears. Grizzly bears turned into spiders. Yeah. Grizzly bears turned into spiders. Never mind, not what I thought it was. Well, the question is... The question is... Would it be possible for me to... Anyway, we're glassing the caverns. Slowly. But we're glassing the caverns. Just doing some burning, you know, cleaning some stuff. Putting some stuff down, getting rid of some things. Turning some water into obsidian. I need to build a temple and a priest. Maybe we should do that. The old man is asking for food. He's meowing at me. So what I can do, potentially... Okay, so...
For everyone!
I was planning on making lava fountains. Lava fountains are just like using pumps basically along the sides of this to pump lava up to be able to basically, or actually, what I was really planning on doing is building a bigger reservoir here, filling that up with lava, and then having a walkway that's safe to walk across it, and then just lava pumps that I can turn on and off periodically that'll just like shoot lava essentially. Because you guys know how that lava, was kind of launched out of the thing. I could basically just make lava gushers that would just shoot lava as stuff stepped on it, which I think would be kind of a lot of fun. But I don't have time to build that right now. So what I could do right now is we could just kind of let them hang out and ignore them. That's option number one. Option number two is I do some underground digging shenanigans and try and set them on fire. Option number three, What if we just drench those surface? I don't have the ability to do that right now because I'd have to build more pumps above surface, and I can't currently. Because if I dig up into here, I don't have any way of getting up into here right now. So I floored it. If I didn't floor it, I would have been able to get into here. So I don't really have a way of getting up to the surface and constructing a thing to flood the surface. I think I'm going to feed this cat, and then we'll figure it out. You guys can follow these dwarves for right now. I will be back momentarily.
Sandwich!
Well, would you look at that? Mestos the Weaver has created a Nebak Sect Toth, an alpaca wool right glove, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Dobar Wooden Seals. This is an alpaca wool right glove. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular diorite cabochons, and it is made from alpaca wool cloth. This object menaces with spikes of alpaca wool and precious fire opal and chert. On the item is an image of Cybrek roast paints, the dwarf, and dog, do not eat the cat's food. That's the cat's food. Ollie, I'm watching you. Cybrek roast paints the dwarf in alpaca wool. On the item is an image of the Walk of Lamenting, an iron buckler in alpaca wool. All right, let's place that. So I think number one priority right now is make that temple. So we will make that temple. Once I've made that temple, assuming those forces are still there, we'll begin digging.
Me Dino Dance Jez Raid Jez Jam 100 stroke Eld. Jez Jam Jez Raid Dino Dance.
Jez Jam Jez Raid Dino Dance. Chat Jez Jam Jez Raid Dino Dance. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers for the Raiders from Jess? Jess, hi, what's up? How's things? Today is Everybody Raids Blind Day, I guess. Why can't I find this glove? Ah, there it is. But hi, Jess. Hi, Raiders. How was Crime O'Clock? I think is the name of that video game.
Me Dino Dance Jez Raid Jez Jam 100 stroke Eld. Jez
100
Jam
stroke
Jez Raid
Eld.
Dino Dance.
Why does it say 100 stroke Eld? I don't understand that. Crime O'Clock was goofy. Did you commit crimes? I'm pumping lava places and burninating the caverns a little bit for no particular reason aside from I wanted to. So, you know, just setting things on fire, burning stuff. Oh, you prevent crimes. Well, what's the point then? Come on. The heck? A cavern knows what it did. Does it though? So I have to make a temple. So let's make a temple. Then we're gonna figure out what we're gonna do with these zombies. But before I make a temple, I'm going to place a bunch of beds. Oh, never mind. I don't have any beds. I was gonna make more bedrooms, but no bedrooms, I suppose. So temple now. Let's put a temple up here. In fact, let's make a zone for temples, because I don't actually have a single temple in this fortress yet, which has to be like some sort of record for me, because I always make temples really early game, but then this time I didn't, apparently. Meanwhile, the Forgotten Beast, Omethu Illa has come. An enormous feathered tortoise. Tortoise. It has 2 long spiral horns and a gaunt appearance. Its clear feathers are downy. Beware its gas. Well, it's not quite close enough to get torched. That's unfortunate. It's gonna go bully a bunch of baby Dwarfs instead. You hit the sub badge that matches your VIP badge? I mean, it kind of does, doesn't it? It kind of does. Like the right color, isn't it? It's even got like the little diamonds on it. I think that sub badge is older than the VIP badge, actually. Wrap Hop, thanks for the 3rd month with Prime. Hey, look, it's a hype train. Cool. Max. All right, well, it can't get to us, so we are safe from that. Let's work on that temple that I said I was going to work on. What is... S1 Fan 2. Thank you very much for the $10. Cheers. First time you speak in chat. And it's money. Thank you. Hi, Gome. I'll have you know, in Machine Waters, in an alternate timeline, you killed the king, and then the game crashed. So you didn't actually kill the king, but you killed me in an alternate timeline for reason I was unable to decipher. So your dwarf killed me, but then like didn't. But then the game crashed, so it didn't matter. It was only a dream. So you didn't actually kill me, but you killed me? Sky, that would be a sky turtle, right? I died and the game crashed. I didn't Alt F4 if that's what you're insinuating. The game legitimately crashed. I can sense you accusing me of crimes. You need to know how to make a temple? I have multiple tutorials on how to make temples. It's super simple. Like everything else in Dwarf Fortress. Very easy. Easy game. So easy a child could play it. I don't know what that is, Jeeves. But seriously, though, if you guys don't know who Jess is, you should go give Jess a follow. Jess is one of my teammates. She streams a variety of indie games. A lot of RimWorld recently, I think. Maybe one day she'll stream Dwarfort again. Go click on that heart and give her a follow. Please and thank you, Chad. She's also the person who's spearheaded the game jam this time around for the Halcyon Frequency game jam, which I think you have like 8 hours left to join, maybe, if you want to join a game jam. Because we've got almost 50 people signed up now, which is kind of cool. That bread you made is dangerous. Too salty to be healthy, but delicious. Too delicious to stop eating. I made zucchini bread the other day, and I damn near ate a whole loaf. And I was just like, I've given myself too much insulin. I need to stop. It's like sometimes baked goods are not worth the irreparable damage that they can literally cause to me. All right. Damn, Raz. Holy shit, dude. What's up, man? Thanks for the $50. I'm leveling up that hype train. It's a pretty temple, hopefully. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers for Raz being eternally generous?
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Thanks for this for the nice pennies. It's very nice of you. Shark jumping walrus. So the way you make a temple is you click this little plus sign once you've made a meeting zone, and you click New Temple, and then you select what the temple is for. This is for the Coven of Fate, which is the deity of death, which is fitting, and it's called the Fated Abbey. And then from there, I accept it, but then once the value is high enough, it needs to be 2,000, it's not quite 2,000 yet. Once the value hits 2,000, then you can appoint a priest. Which we're still not there just yet. Then we can recognize a priest. So the Sacred Urn, and it's one of these dwarves. So we're going to give it to Rednass, who's the only available dwarf for that. C1 fan, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, dude. Means a lot. We're gifted a sub, so you're just returning the favor. Times 5? I mean, thank you. And there it goes. It's done. We made a temple. All right, so now that we've done that, I'm going to queue up some beds. Make 30, because I do need more beds. Tree Fitty is the number that the elves like. How variable are the number of gods a dwarven civ can have? Like, is there a maximum number? I have no idea. Sometimes it's like, oh, the civ has 3 gods. Sometimes it's like, oh, the civ has 245 gods.
Elves love this number.
So I have no idea. Actually, don't know what I'm doing. They're all hanging out right here. The thing, okay, so what I kind of want to do what I really need is I need a really big reservoir. I honestly think that it might just be better to wait out this siege, because I can build stuff underground and prep stuff while waiting out the siege. And I think that's the better way to go about doing this. The reason I think that's the better way to go about doing this... Jeez, you're already pulled. The reason I think that's the better way to go about doing this is it will give me more planning time, and I'd rather just do it right the first time than regret it and have to rebuild shit. And Monia, thank you very much for checking out a second gift. Cheers. And Suited Giraffe with $3.50. Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm slightly distracted currently. There's a pretty big army right there. I'm also like looking at it and going, can my soldiers defeat that? And probably not. Because what I really need is a reservoir like right here about this big. That's what I actually need. And then what I was going to do is in the center here, build a structure on top of it or connect it to this power. One of the two. And then pump lava up a layer, right? So that it's, let's just say, 2 levels up, right? It doesn't need to be a square. I was going to make it into a circle, but 2 levels up, just full of lava. Thank you very much for the hype train, chat. Sorry if I'm just kind of ignoring it for this $64.19 in bits and the 9 subscriptions. You guys just completely made my day, by the way. So I'm thinking about building a big circular reservoir right here that goes 2 levels up. Pump it 2 levels up. And then I can dig tunnels, right? So they keep showing up right here. The tunnels could just have a trapdoor on top of it. And so the tunnel could go from, okay, so let's just say this goes down a layer, right? Let's just say this reservoir goes down to here, right? So then it would also end up, we're just planning this. It would end up on this level, right? Then I could dig a tunnel up to like here and then like right to wherever they are, like right to here, right? And I could have like maybe a dozen tunnels just around that, wait, I see what I did. That go to like right here and then just have stairs up to where they are. And then just a trap doors all over them, right? And I could just dig like 40 of these tunnels around the map. And then literally all I need to do when the baddies show up like this is pull a lever attached to this right here, and it just goes goosh and bubbles lava up and sets them all on fire. So that's kind of what I want to do. Because that's a pretty fun strat. It's been a while since I've done that. Or something like that, even. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about, is just making, like, lava geysers. Yes, this is a necromancer raid. So that's what I want to do. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go down to here. And let's just start digging this out from below. Now, I don't like this shape, because this is just an ugly square, so let's round her up. Because that's going to be the shape of this whole thing. And we should be able to finish this today, I would think. And then later this evening, we'll either play Xenonauts or something else. You think that'll work? What do you think, chat? Does that look like a satisfying shape to have 2 layers above the ground just full of lava? What's the problem with big squares? Did I answer your question? All right. I think that'll be fun. Shape it like a skull. Nah. For the same reason I wouldn't put my logo on the moon if I owned it. Read legends. It'll teach you how religion spreads. Go follow some prophets. Gome, what kind of dwarf do you want? You know the rules. And so do I. You want to kill more royalty? Well, we have no royalty, so good luck with that. Military dude? Okay. Gome has killed a Grey Langer. You killed a monkey once. Good for you. He is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. He doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, and he often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else. He often tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he is often cheerful, and he can sometimes act without deliberation and confidence, and he is slow to anger, and he has a sense of duty. He tends to avoid crowds, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and is quick to form negative views about things, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and values sacrifice, and does not care about fairness. And he likes olivine, fine pewter, and yellow sespertine, and giant loon leather, and the color chestnut. Cages and cavies for their 3 toes, in the words of the lavender tulips. When possible, prefers to consume prickleberries and hard wheat beer, and absolutely hates leeches. He has a small yet muscular. He's a tank. His very long beard is braided, and he trips on it sometimes. His sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is neatly combed, so he doesn't trip on it. And his lips are very thin, and his raw umber eyes are slightly close set. And his hair is dark taupe, and his skin is brown. So I literally have 3 words to read. So I'm going to scroll up a little bit in the add a word story and say, chat, if you would like me to read words, jump into the Discord right now and go add to the add a word story. You have like 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. Bleh. Blogging, blasphemous, blenders, begs before butter better behave. Brucephalus was bulbous furry before adding weight to his radar. You're insulting. Still famous, Keanu Greaves again. Hectic moments call for beer and hugs. We can feel these powerful punches. Please make swag. We love the fish. Delicious. Coffee. All caught up. Now the question is, do I go full fancy with this, chat? Do I go full fancy with this? Full fancy would be lining it all with different stone so it looks fancy. You're too slow. It is what it is. We go full fancy? Okay, we'll go full fancy. That's why you check the... Yeah, that's why you add to it before claiming it, exactly. So we can begin going full fancy with this. The question is, don't really have enough. Okay, I'm not using steel. Guess it's time to make blocks again. Let's just queue up 500 rock blocks. All right, let's do that. Let's do that. Carve out more space. Let's carve out more space. And just get us some more stone to cut up. Thank you for the YouTube tutorials in these streams. Well, cheers, dude. Thanks for the bits and whatnot. And the gift subs. I might still be on in a few hours. I don't know. It depends on what your definition of a few hours is. I've only been streaming for 6 hours, so. Like, last 2 streams I've done have been like 11 plus hours, so. Curious, how many pump things do I have currently? Not enough pipe section. Let's do more iron pipe sections. Let's do 15, I guess. Brander, buddy, what's up, dude? Life's been okay? Let's just make a few more of these. We are also going to be digging out a rather large reservoir down here in a moment. 145. Yeah, let's just use Gabbro. Could also just use copper, which would kind of be funny, but... At least this first layer will just be stone. Yeah, I'm running out pretty quick. But I hope that you've been well. Brander, buddy. Let's do all this. Do all that. I think I put one boulder in there, but that's fine. There they go. Hope I can say the same. I'm still alive. Still doing the same stuff. About as much as I could hope for, really. So there's suddenly noticeable lag, and that's literally because I'm channeling stuff. But once all of the channeling ends, the lag will stop. It's kind of crazy how FPS heavy channeling is. Like I'm not gonna stop thinking that it's crazy. It's nuts. Easily one of the most frame rate intensive activities in this video game. Yeah, no, getting by. Been playing Dwarf, playing a little bit of a game called Delta V, Rings of Saturn. Been playing Xenonauts 2, which has also been very fun. Been very much enjoying that. Why is it so intensive? You tell me. I have no idea. This is just an observation I've made. It's just the game lags a lot when you're channeling. Like this activity. This is why the game is lagging. Because the dwarves are doing this. Like, we've lost like 20, 25 frames while it's doing this. Which isn't an issue at any other point. It's only an issue when this particular task is happening. Literally the second they're done with it, frame rate will skyrocket back up. I first noticed it when I was building a fort called Long Death. In the beginnings of that, because I dug a huge hole and built the fort inside of that massive hole. Maybe because everything else has been worked on that in comparison. I don't think it's got anything to do with that. I think that there's just certain tasks that require more processing. I think that this task just requires more math. Their bedrooms are higher? Are you asking like if they like multi-level rooms? And see, there it goes. Frame rate's going back up. Dwarves can't look up, so multi-level rooms are not helpful to them. Besides, I'm sitting here excited to be able to channel all this down next. Always gotta look up. Well, fortunately, dwarves don't have necks. So, well, I mean, they do have necks, but their necks aren't attached the way you'd expect their necks to be attached. Their necks are technically floating in front of their beard, which is why their necks tend to go sailing off in an arc before their beard does. So I wouldn't worry too much about their inability to look up. If they had necks, they might be able to look up. An animal caretaker has risen. Wonder if I have more tombs I could place or assign. Just need doors. You're always amazed by the sheer quantity of teeth. It's especially good when somebody punches a crocodile and it's like 150 teeth just go flying. It's like, where did you even... How did you... Wow. Or also, what's another thing that's really good about teeth is if you have a dwarf that dies, right? And then you make a coffin for them, in order for that dwarf to be, in order for the rest of the dwarves to consider that dwarf to be in the coffin, all of the pieces of that dwarf need to be in the coffin. This includes teeth. So you'll have like, you know, a dead dwarf and then like 200 teeth just like or like not 200 teeth, but like teeth, fingers, like feet, nose, ears, and like they'll individually put every single piece of that dwarf into that coffin. It's quite distressing to watch, to be honest. I'm gonna go 2 levels down with this. Sure, but you don't expect them to do that in a video game, and you also don't expect the dwarf to explode into 150 pieces. But I've seen dwarves legit take 6 months to bury the entirety of a body before. Forever haunted? No, they just you won't have issues. It doesn't quite work that way. Fortunately, I guess. A few more pieces that we're working on. But once that's done, I can start channeling out this side. Actually, we can just work on the middle. Let's just work on the middle. If a piece of a dwarf isn't reachable? I don't know about ghosts. I don't know. I know that I at one point had a problem with a dwarf whose arm wasn't put into their coffin. So that dwarf was like constantly scarring other dwarves for like the remainder of the next couple of years. Until I finally noticed that there was an arm on top of a wall. So that was kind of disturbing. Really need to close this. This is about as deep as I need this to be. The siege is gonna last for kind of a while. They're all sitting there dodging the leaves as they fall. I wonder if that actually trains dodging. I'm kind of joking, but like it does look like they're dodging the leaves. I wonder if training under leaves falling trains dodge. Because they kind of look like they're sparring. They normally don't move this much. Always dump your dwarves' remains in a nearby lava pool? I mean, then you have to just memorialize them with a slab, right? Did I set this as a boulder by mistake? There we go. Yeah, if you don't have a dwarf's body to be able to memorialize them, then yes. At that point, then your best bet is to just simply, you know, go the smart way. By the smart way, I mean just make them a slab, which is what we've had to do for the majority of this fort. It's just make slabs because I've had so many bodies get lost. Always makes me happy when I see Splattercat playing good video games. I just tabbed over to my following list and I see him playing Caves of Cut. It's like, ah, yes. You're once again reminding your audience that you have culture. We'd be dead if I didn't have underground farms. Finding the body 3 years later. I once had a mayor mysteriously go missing, and then I found him in the well. Like, at the bottom of the well with, like, no real indication of what happened. It's like, found dead, drowned. And I was like, what? Like, he had no injuries on him. All of his bits were still there. He was just in the well for some reason. It's like, I assume somebody tantrumed and punched you, but, like, how did you get into the well? Like, the tale as old as time. It's like, how did you get there? How does that even happen? Oh, well. Oh, no! Anyway. Same thing. I think this will go one layer further down. Is your well really a well if there's no body down there? Fuck me, I certainly hope so. Although, you know, I grew up in a house with well water, and I never actually looked in it. It was inside of, it was like under our driveway underneath a little trap door thing. So there may have been a body in that well. What does Cavern Fort imply? It implies that the majority of the fort is in the caverns. And accessible to the caverns. So forgotten beasts can fly into the fort. Creatures can crawl into the fort. Invaders can come in that way. But this is just my defenses for the surface. Wells scare you? That's fair. Wells Fargo also scares me, so... Alright. But I don't know. I think being afraid of wells is a perfectly logical fear. It's a very deep, dark hole. It's like all those videos of people just like vaulting into wells on the internet, and it's like, why stop? No, don't. There's a lot of videos of people doing that. I screwed it up, chat. Gotta rebuild this. To be able to build on top of it. Because I screwed this up. Spelunking on a budget? Spelunking with a death wish, more like? Although I feel like most people who go spelunking have a bit of a death wish. It's like that in skydiving. Like, I believe I am invincible. Uh-huh. Gravity disagrees, but... Is this an underground tree farm? No, this is an underground lava farm. Skydive, you know, ironically, I think skydiving is probably safer than driving a vehicle. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, looks super sketch, probably actually safer than stuff that you do likely every day. Like, walking across the road, you're probably more likely to die than while skydiving. What's up, Swanky Diggins? Me too. I also hope everyone's well. And I hope that everyone's well has a body in it. I mean, you know what I mean. Certainly hope you know what I mean, because I don't know what I mean. You'd rather go spelunking than get off the ground? I'd rather go on a hike, not go into the cave, take a photo of the entrance of the cave and go, cool, a cave, and then keep walking like a normal, sane person. But, you know, you do you. Source, the family whose leader had an interesting creepy death while paragliding. Huh. Okay. Certainly sounds like a way to die, I guess. Dumb ways to die. Something. Oh, game's paused. I was like, why are they not building the things? Game's paused. Need this built. Once that's built, then I can deconstruct the little standing floor piece there. Oh shit, someone got adopted by a cat. Taking photos of caves entrances is how you kick off a horror movie plot when you get home and you see a previously figure. You want to know how you, most of my hobbies could be the start of horror films. It's like, I'm a big fan of horror media, and the number of times I've just, walked off into the forest with, enough booze to be like, yeah, this could be a horror movie. It's like, I just need some axe murderer to show up, and then, yep, fully into horror movies. Or, the time that I went camping in, provincial property, which is legal. You're allowed to do that. And while I was camping, 4 dudes just walked onto our campsite and goes, hey, what's up? We were like, not much. Yourselves? And they were like, oh, just out wandering in the night. And it's like, yeah, we're just camping. They're like, yep. And then they just walked away. I think we might have been a little bit too close to their backyard. I'm pretty sure is what actually happened. Once they realized we weren't homeless and just dudes camping, they just kind of left because they looked like normal people. But we packed up our shit and moved pretty far down the trail after that. We're just like, yeah, we should move, shouldn't we? Yeah, we should move. This past winter, talking to people in Toronto on why you refuse to drive in Vancouver in the snow. It's like, don't you have snow tires? Yes, but no one else does? In Vancouver? I don't know if I agree with that. Vancouver isn't like Los Angeles. I don't know about no one else does. I mean, if you were smart, though, you would just refuse to drive. Because, you don't need to drive in Vancouver. Public transit here is pretty great. So, I mean, that's the actual Galaxy brain play, is just don't drive. You're examining your skin for their newest sofa? Yeah, I've seen that bit of Resident Evil. The second forgotten beast of this season, Byros has come, a great one-eyed starling. It has large mandibles and it appears to be emaciated. Its sky blue feathers are downy. Beware its poisonous sting. So there's a 1 in 3 chance that it's in our cavern lair and can attack us. Let's see. It is not. We are safe. Also, chat investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Ryo Shinkat's crazy for that amount? The third one of the season, the Forgotten Beast Uzbad Ostadak has come, a giant beakless waxwing. It has a curling trunk and it is slavering. Beware its deadly blood, mob fighters, fluffed out, blah blah blah. Where are you? Okay, now this one probably also still can't attack us. Unless I fucked up. In which case, then it'll attack us and then we'll deal with it. You like the look of that one? They're just blobs. Almost done this level. Just a few more spots to do. And just the corners pretty much. I hear things dying. Uh-oh. Remember how I said there's like a non-zero chance it can get to us? Well, it got to us. Let's see. It's killed Tun, Bambul, and Toulon, and now it's chasing my sheep and various other livestock. I was going to say it's met its match. It found some waterfowl, but it's now diving down onto the lower levels and is punting dwarves backwards. Sulkzul here just got knocked real far back and is actually fine. Landed on all 4 feet. Must have been part cat. The creature is now injured and everybody is just like brawling with it. It's just becoming an absolute brawl. Red Nass comes flying in out of nowhere and it starts dueling with the thing. Blood comes flying everywhere. Bits and pieces are falling off of it, including its trunk. And there it goes. It falls into pieces. And it seems that we did lose a number of dwarves, but our dwarves once again prevail. I'm going to build a butcher shop right here because nobody's coming to move that. And I do have some bleeding dwarves which need to be dealt with. There we go. Let's get this thing butchered. Currently have 194 meat. How much meat do you think this thing has, chat? Of course, we do have to subtract its trunk because we aren't going to be getting its trunk. So we did lose 5 dwarves, none of them named, fortunately. All right, so we are butchering it. 560. Ooh, that's big. Uh, 260 meat stuffs we got from that. Let's make some more tombs. Just trying to get back to where you were. Yeah, that's how gambling always works. Just trying to get back my losses. And this is why you shouldn't gamble, kids. What? I mean, caps is fine. Just as long as it's not a cap gun, because those startled the cat. And me. Some kid was firing off a cap gun last night outside my building, and I was very confused by it. We've got another artifact being made. How do you find you agreed to build guild halls? You don't. Once you've cleared the notification, it's just gone. You just have to remember what it is. So the thing is, dwarves can only ask to make a guild hall if there's more than 10 dwarves with that job. So look through your current dwarves and see what do you have that you have more of 10 of. It's probably that. Nope, they will get mad at you the exact same way they would if you didn't build it in the first place. Dwarves ain't that dumb. I don't know what's awe about that, but... I mean, like, if you really wanted a community center in your town with a pool, right? And then the city built it. And then 6 weeks later, they demolished it and started to build condos there. And everybody goes, what the fuck? And then they're just like, well, we built it. Naturally, the dwarves would be kind of upset too. Like, there's still a guild there. They still want their guild hall. So there we go. If I go down one further, I'll just get into stone. I think I'm going to go down one further. And this bottom one is just going to be smoothed walls. That'll just be easier for me. And it's going to be where all the tunnels are going to come out of. Also not entirely sure. Yeah, I might actually put the pumps separate. They might go on the end. We got a claystone earring and offers it to the massive danger. I don't particularly care about a claystone earring, so I'm just going to continue building this. All right, here we go. Uh-oh. Fudge. Okay, well, I will need to, in fact, build walls around the edge of this. This is actually sand. Suddenly kind of tempted to just cancel it. I know what I'm going to do. I'll build walls around it, and we'll just use this upper layer for it. That's fine. It's just not exactly the way I wanted this to go, but oh well. Almost lunchtime for me, I think. Although I can't decide, chat. Xenonauts 2 or Delta V? Kind of leaning Xenonauts, I think. I haven't decided yet. What are my limits? I've had like 300 dwarves in a fort before. What are my limits? I don't know. My question is, why is everybody so obsessed with having more dwarves? If you're learning to play this game, your best way to learn this game is to have less dwarves so you can focus on them more and figure out exactly what they need. Having more dwarves does not always equal more better. In fact, it rarely equals more better. And up until, like, the last few versions of this game, like, I never really bothered going above 220, because the game would just get too laggy. But the game runs a lot better now, so I have no idea what my limits are. Hey, Onyx. It's good to see you too, man. Appreciate the bits. Thanks much. This is really crap. Not there's water down here, but it's fine. It'll just mean that we are guaranteed to have lava in here at all times, because this will be our floor layer. Just gotta fill it up quickly so that it doesn't turn into a endless nightmare of overflowing water. Because even a light aquifer will eventually overpower the speed at which you can dig. But what have you been up to, Onyx? Enjoying your summer? It's just like, you know, it's summer for a lot of people, and way majority of my audience just spends time outside during the summer, which I like. It's good that people go outside. Hi, Gushka, what kind of dwarf do you want? And if you want somebody specific, let me know, and then we can go through the list. One of them is probably the were creature that's locked in their bedroom. I don't know about the other one. They don't matter too much. It's fine. Dwarves are mostly, are almost, equivalent to lemmings in that there's more where those came from. So, to upset dwarves, I'm pretty sure at the very least one of them is the, were creature and the other one, Beardless someone, but not sure. Happiest or least happy? Give me the list. How dare you ask me to stop my building? Hold on. So let me queue some more of this up. Ah, yeah, one of them's a necromancer and the other one I don't know. Or not necromancer. One of them's a were creature and the other one I don't know. All right, who do you want? And the one that's caged is, and one of the ones that's pissed is literally in a cage, so. Literally can't leave that cage, so. I should put him in the tavern or something. But he is a were creature, so. He's a problem. I need to put some of these peasants into the military, jeez. They're okay for construction right now, though. So, Elia, well, what kind of gerb do you earn? Any preference? Yeah, weavers. Lots of them. You have 2 werewombats? Yeah, thanks, I know. I mean, this one is not locked in their bedroom. And this is not a werewombat. Both of them are not the werewombats. One of them is. You can't see that well? Well, then what do you want from me, man? Any beardless in the hospital. Yes, we have a surgeon. And a bone doctor. Quite a lot of work. It's raining all the time currently, and you have a vacation since yesterday and today. After sleep, you have to drive to Hanover to visit a friend and multiple friends in that region. Well, you have fun, dude. Glad that you have multiple friends. I can't remember the last time I could say, I'm going to go visit multiple friends. Except for maybe TwitchCon. I think it's time for you to head to sleep. Alrighty, Sleepy Moon Moth. Once again, your username checks out. You have a good night. Bone Doc? Alright. Lyagushka finds helping others to be very emotionally rewarding, is sometimes cruel to blind, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Doesn't often feel envious of others, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and is occasionally overindulges. She stammers when she's excited, and when she's nervous, she often drums her fingers. When she's thinking hard, she has a habit of licking her lips, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally believes that she would have peace at all costs, and does not particularly value the truth, and doesn't really see the point in working hard, and dreams of raising a family. Likes basalt, bronze, and rose quartz, and the color sea green, coins and cavies for their adorable call, and the broad bean plants for their pods. There is okay, I thought there was a crundle on that wall, but there wasn't. It was just a gem. She prefers to consume kestrel. That's a dead donkey. Sorry. She prefers to consume kestrel, sailfin molly, and water buffalo cheese. Blood amaranth flower, and absolutely hates moon snails. Her hair is clean shaven, and her somewhat broad ears are free lobed, and her hair is chestnut, and her skin is tan, and her eyes are copper. She has no kills, which is good for a doctor. It's not too late to start, though. more ghosts. You bet that you've killed more patients than that doctor's ever seen. The only patients you've killed is mine, so... Once or twice, I think. Maybe thrice. Fortunately, my patience is a refilling meter, so... Not so bad. As a great reflector during her hospital career. So... I'm kind of upset by that statement, so I'm just gonna move on. So if you have time and money, you drive down there. Well, hell yeah, Onyx. Well, it's good to see you swing by, dude. It has been a while. If you need to sleep, we'll see you when we see you, man. Enjoy your summer and your vacation. So the aquifer here makes this whole process a little bit annoying, but not impossible by any stretch. Just a little bit annoying. Because I'm moving one in on the inside here. The little pipes, I guess, if you want to call them that, or I guess essentially just tubes that I'm gonna dig, are gonna come out of the top of this. So we're gonna run around the tops of this and dig little channels that go across the map, basically. And we're going to use this thing plus space on the surface to build up pressure, to pressurize lava so that we can fire lava in little geysers out around the map and torch anything that shows up. Which is going to be fantastic for everything, including the local flora and fauna, which is all going to turn into charcoal. And then while that's happening, we can focus on working on the caverns. So I need the top layer of lava to be higher because lava levels out as long as I don't break the pressure at any point. So if I have lava up here and ground level is here, then if I open a trapdoor, then it'll drain out all the lava that's on top into where the trapdoor is, and it'll go burp out onto the surface. So I'm going to need to build this up to here, one level. So I'm going to need to chop down all the trees, channel out the upper layer, and then build up a layer. And hopefully we don't get surprise exploding trees, because those would be kind of dangerous. But, you know, even if we do, there's worse things that could happen. We can deal with it. Nothing we haven't dealt with before, so... hopefully we don't end up with exploding trees again, but... That is what we're doing. Except in order to actually turn it on, I need these fuckers to leave. How am I going to avoid death by necro? What threat are they posing? Currently, I'm avoiding it by locking the door. I'm not exactly sure what the concern is, I suppose. Are you talking about the siege that's currently right there? I mean, they'll leave eventually. I'm not gonna fight them. I'm gonna wait for them to leave. They've sieged me and left several times already, so... Fortunately, necromancers are very easy to ignore. Actually, no, I want this to be ramps up. I guess I'm going to avoid it because I don't think it's much of a concern, as you do. All right, let's do this. I just need that final piece to be removed. We'll go Claiborne. Claiborne? Claystone, not Claiborne. I'm actually going to demolish this down here. Also, thanks for all the follows today, by the way. The Dwarf Fortress directory has been very quiet for a while. In, like, all aspects. Follows, views. It's nice to have people following the channel. Cheers, guys. Okay, let's go up one into here. Maybe not up one. Let's just dig one over. Please don't make Claiborne into a wall. I mean, kind of already is one. Also, if this Necromancer Siege wasn't here, this project would be like 90% done by now. But because, like, there's a bunch of things I literally can't do right now, it's a little bit slower, unfortunately. 32-ish. Thanks for the 32-ish months. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for freeways with the 32-ish months? Appreciate you, man. Now I just need these finished. $32-ish beers coming out. That's a lot of beers, man. I'd rather one beer per month as I accumulate the months than accumulating beers per month, because that seems kind of like a lot. You slowly go from having a good time to blitz to poisoned as you continue to sub. Yeah, pretty much. After a while, it just kind of becomes Stockholm Syndrome of why am I still here? Don't actually need this many. How do I want to do this?
Crypt D, Crypt Gun, Crypt Pod.
Vest, thanks for the 39th. Thanks a ton. Cheers, friend. What I said before, chat, you know what to do. You ain't typing 30 plus beers again? So you just type 30 plus characters, okay. Pretty sure what you just did was way more work. Okay, well. Rock mechanisms. Let's type in numbers and see how many we have. A lot of Gabbro in this fort. All right, let's do 50. Let's actually do 200. And let's do, let's see, how much iron do I have currently? 127 iron bars. Pretty decent amount of iron. 239 steel. Iron corkscrew. Iron pipe. Let's do 20 extras of each. So this needs to be deconstructed, basically. Unless I want to power them from multiple sources. I kind of want to power it from the top. I do want to stack them. So what I could do is I could do it this way. Just keep changing my mind and like digging this deeper. Although I'm gonna need to dig out this upper area. This would be a lot easier if these fucking zombies weren't here right now. Could just do this from the top down instead of from the bottom up, which is way easier for me to do. I think I'm just gonna wait until they're all gone. So I need to knock down this wall and basically build floors here for this to work. It's okay though, I can just flood the whole thing with lava at the end, so it doesn't actually matter that much by the end of it. Hello, Hobo. How is things today, sir? Yeet. Yeah, same Dominok. Doing pretty all right? Well, that's good to hear. You need to pee? You're looking at me like you need to pee. I think this dog needs to tinkle, chat. Scott here, who's sieging? Just some nightmarish horrors from, like, some tower nearby. Somebody has some weird hobbies and seems to like resurrecting corpses. I really am incapable of just building something normal and small. Instead, I just always build, like, the most enormously oversized, insane thing. Isn't that the dwarven way of doing things? It's not the efficient way of doing things. So let's do this way. Not the way I want to do it, but... it's kind of looking like the way I have to do it because of how I've ended up setting this up. Wouldn't it be incapable of insanity? Right, well, so we're just going to build a big old row of pumps, then we're going to build another big old row of pumps on top of it. And then we're going to build a big old row of pumps right here, and then a big row of pumps right here, which are going to go that way. Okay, so this way, this way, this way, this way, which is then going to dump back down into it, which is going to bring the lava up to Z levels, which then I can use to make lava geysers all around the map. Which we're not going to get done today. I've been streaming for 7 hours. This dog needs to go use the toilet. Wait, what? Yes. Wait, what? Mm-hmm. Go on. What am I waiting for? Geysers. Mm-hmm. The lava's got to go somewhere. I mean, my other my form of defense is I drain an ocean, and then the bad guys try to walk in via the ocean, and then they get drowned by the ocean. So, I have a habit of building kind of over-the-top defensive things. Certainly no half measures, no. I need those there. And yet another forgotten beast. Rakust, Soshnolathnish has come, a towering feathered snail. It has wings and it is slavering. Its bruised feathers are fluffed out. Beware its deadly blood. Is this one near my fort where it can kill me? Nope. Okay, that's good. It's a 1 in 3 chance every time that goes off. It's like rolling a roulette wheel. All right, chat room. So this dog's looking at me like she needs to pee. So I'm going to take the dog out for a real quick pee-pee break. You guys can watch these dwarves partying in the tavern. And when I come back, I'm going to come back with a sandwich that I'm going to eat, and we'll play like another 40 minutes to an hour at Dwarf. And then we're going to play some Xenonauts too. Does that sound good? So if you guys want to do me a huge favor, if I could get a round of beers while I'm, doing that, that'd be awesome. And if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Cheese and sauerkraut, I think, because I need to go buy more sandwich making things. I'll be back.
Cheese for everyone! Sandwich!
Cheddar is the kind of cheese. I return. I partially return. Ads are just starting, unfortunately. Oh, wait. Okay. Now that I'm done with that mouthful, I don't know how. I wish I had like more indication of how many people in chat were stuck in ads, because it really is like not super helpful sometimes. Oh, that was quick. Rough precious fire opals. Oh, that's interesting. What are you gonna make out of that? Seven brass sage. If you're not stuck in ads right now, that was basically me. I mean, I played Dwarf Fortress on and off from about 09 until about 2017, until I finally decided, screw it. Let's start learning to play this game properly. I was glad I did, but now I just get surprised when people point out that there's other games still. The jeweler. Oh, cool. Kogan Ragged Snot, the jeweler, has created Evud Sisot, a perfect precious fire opal, and offers it to the massive danger. That's our first precious gem we've gotten. Our first perfect gem. This is a perfect precious fire opal. Our craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of round precious fire opal cabochons. I don't know if Celesty is here, but this is a Celesty type dwarf. Legendary gem cutter. Look at that. Legendary gem cutter. So I go back down to the tavern, and we put this over here. Although, do I have more of these? Not currently. I need more display. Let's do copper pedestals. It is quite hot in here today. It's not quite hot enough to need AC, but it's sticky. It's unpleasant. Yeah, learning Dwarf Fortress can be a lot, but it's not impossible. It's very much one of those games where it's just kind of takes time. You just have to sit, you just have to put the time in to learn what the game's trying to tell you most of the time. Once you get past that, it becomes a lot more doable. Okay, so I need... Doggo happy now? Are dogs capable of being anything other than happy, assuming you're nice to them? I mean, I think she wants a walk, but I don't have time to do that right now. So if she had her way, it would probably be I would take her for a walk right now. But like I said, can't do that. Well, she's got water. It's not dinner time yet. I need those to pop through there, so that needs to be removed, so I need flooring all the way along here. And then the next one will literally be on ground level. No, I took her outside and let her use, like, I let her pee, but I haven't taken her for a proper walk. There's a difference between letting a dog out so that they can urinate and taking them for a walk. I did not take her out for a walk. I took her out so she could urinate. These are two pretty different things here. Because, like, you know, it's not like I've, You want up or something? Is that what you want? Here, come on up. Get me views. Chat's dead, so someone has to wake them up. Come on, come on. I know you can do it. You did it yesterday. Come on. Gotta deal with it. Come on. You are. Hey! There's little fluffy white stuffs. Dog's driving now, chat. Okay, this is gonna go just fine. Very skilled pupper plays Dwarf. We got a co-pilot now. No need to say they are innate. If they bite other dogs, then they're innate. Are you sniffing my sandwich box? Yes, you are sniffing my sandwich box. Berry fluffy? She did eat a blackberry the other day, so yeah, I guess she is berry fluffy. Okay, so I need wall piece right there and wall piece right here. I think she thinks my desk smells funny. Sniffing it. That can be clay, that can be clay. Sweet. So now we wait. But she's also not much of a pupper. She's very much a dog. She is 11 years old. So she's a kind of an old girl, actually. But the white fur hides her age. She's eternally a puppy, even though she's very much not. She's very much a lady, yes. English is a weird language. I could read that lady and it works. But certainly not how that word is written. Not your food, okay? Behave yourself. Okay. Somehow we're back down. Oh, you know, it's funny. Okay, so whenever the were creature is the were wombat, I have no depressed dwarves. You want down? Or no, you're just okay. You're just ram. Just trying to get onto my desk. I'm not going to permit this. I do not accept this type of behavior in my office. Pooch. Thank you much. I need these two sides to be built. Then I can go across here and remove all this. If I do this right, this spot here is not going to have any lava going in it. So I'm going to come bring power from over here. Yes, that'll work. But I need to remove this. And I also need to channel down this. Wins finally? Yay, good for you. Congratulations on your successful winnage. I don't know what this means for you in your career, but I hope that it is gratifying to finally get the success that you very clearly deserve. It's not producing enough power, so I'm going to have to increase the power on that. You're on a streak like Windex? Windex streaks? You need to get yourself some better paper towel. That would be my recommendation anyway. Just better paper towel. So chat room, today is my last stream of the week, which means I'm very confused by a Kitfox sweep. Today's my last scheduled stream of the week, which means my next stream after today will be on Sunday. So I get to take a couple days off. So I have a question. What's your plans for the weekend? What are you doing, chat? What are you guys gonna be up to? Got any fun plans? We know what Onyx is doing, because they popped by earlier saying they're going on a road trip to go visit friends, but what are you up to for the weekend, chat? I am still stuck babysitting dogs, or dog and cat, I guess, until, I think, Sunday night? So, I'm basically housebound. I can't leave the house. Not thrilled, really. I mean, I can leave for short periods, but it's likely that Holly will bark quite loudly if I leave her. So, I kind of have to be here. And then sand casting with it? Ooh, sounds fancy. And then on this layer, I'm going to start digging. We'll place one every 3, I guess. This is going to look like Frankenstein's monster by the time it's done. So essentially, these are going to be the sources of the geysers in order for this to work. We're going to need one, like, right... Basically, like, one... Wait, what? Where did the siege go? That's not where they were previously. Maybe they're leaving finally. I mean, they're kind of all over the place, but... Oh. Well, that's mean of them. They don't seem to be able to get down here just yet. They're trying to get down here. But, Well, that's slightly terrifying. Okay, so I'm going to put a wall, like, right there. And just go, you didn't see anything. They fucked up the windmills? Yep. And they ripped the door off the hinges. Dicks. Already have the bars. So what are you casting with the aluminum? Aside from the obvious black magic spells. I mean, what else do you cast? Aside from black magic. I mean, come on. Well, I guess I just reconfirmed that those dudes are, in fact, building destroyers. Let's hope they don't destroy this. Let's get this dwarf to build a wall here so that we don't have to worry about them popping down and into the fort. Clunk. Done. Perfect. Easy peasy. Start vacation and you're retreating to a family-owned cabin on a lake that has no electricity or running water or cell signal. One of those things sounds awesome. Some of them not so much. Like, super down for family-owned cabin on a lake? Damn right. No electricity? Awesome. No running water? No cell signal? Yeah. It's like, I'm good with no electricity. I'd like running water. Yeah, I just want to go visit a family cabin on a lake and then get killed by an axe murderer. That sounds lovely. It's like, what does it have? Yeah, roof, pretty much. I'd rather just go camping at that point. Running water is so easy? Yeah, you startle it and it runs away and then you point and laugh. That part is very easy. Okay, well, we're getting logs put in here. Next up, the upgrade to the windmill tower is a drawbridge door. I think actually just a stairwell from down here up into it, and then just building a wall there. Like, just actually properly attaching this to the fort. So that's not going to be an issue next time. I think is the actual way to do it. But yes, we have various upgrades we need to do to that thing. Another thing that I kind of... Well, actually, can I start doing this right now? Once all of these are done, I'm kind of tempted to, like... You know what? Actually, let's do this. I'm going to dig a little tunnel going this way, so I can still access these once this whole thing is full of lava. Because it's going to get full of lava eventually, right? Like, it's part of the whole shtick of this, is this whole thing's going to fill up with lava. So I could just start it filling, like, right now, if I wanted to. These guys are spooky. Okay, so the first rounds, so the first geysers, right? Because these are just going to fill entirely up with lava, so it doesn't actually matter what the, like, pattern looks like. But essentially, I want to have one... Can we not have Forgotten Beasts for, like, 90 seconds, game? Okay, it's also somewhere it can't get to me, so... The first one I want to do is going to be, like, right here. And this one is going to be kind of like just a front gate. So the way these are going to be built is they're going to be these tiny little stairways that I will then channel out later, because I don't actually want anybody using them as stairs. So this will be... Geyser number 1. Guess I could probably put this more centered. And so essentially these are just going to have trapdoors on the top of them. And then when I pull a lever, it's going to open the trapdoors on top of both of these, and they'll just go poof and shoot lava out. Did I even center it? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Okay, I did center it. Then I will do... one right up here. It's gonna stop right there. So this one will be for this kind of zone. Melting in the good non-flat and non-flammable space, it really isn't that dangerous unless you're being a total dumbass. Biggest risk is a crucible failure, that molten metal flow all over the place, but knowing that it that does and will happen means that it's pretty easy to mitigate the fallout from that pretty easily. You've said the words easy way too many times in this. Pretty easily, which is also why open area comes in handy. That sounds terrifying. Also, bad news, chat. Oh, wait. Whew. It's fine. I don't have bad news. I lied. It's just a creek. Okay, so that needs 135 power, which is kind of nothing. The plan was creaking. Yep. It was very much a creeping feeling. Creaking feeling? Also, I have no idea how effective this is going to be. I know it'll work because I know how lava physics works in this game. I have no idea how effective it's going to be. So I just kind of want to, like, preface that. That was broke. Pure aluminum. Really want to set up a crucible and pour out some stupid... Why? Because you just have, like, a very large piece of aluminum lying around? There's got to be, like, some sort of place that you can just, like, pay somebody $100 to use their, like, setup. Like, that's got to exist, right? Like, you know, if I can just, like, pay somebody $50 and go make some pottery, why can't you, like, pay somebody $250 and, like, melt some metal? That's got to exist. Actually, let's go a little further up this way. Because sieges tend to show up right here. And sieges also tend to show up, like, right here. So I need one that goes out here, basically. Maybe I actually want this one to go this way. That seems bad. That's a bit of a pond. And then maybe this one can have a second one connected to it. That's like up this way. A little bit further up. 10 pounds of aluminum, you could pour out some big stupid shit with it. Could pour out like a keyboard casing to build yourself a fancy high-end keyboard. Almost all the cost is the refractory cement and the thermal wool. Yeah, I believe that. Seems like a weird hobby, but I don't know. I've got weird hobbies, so. And a forced air system, aka a cheap leaf blower into a steel pipe. That's basically the same as my dad's old soldering setup for his ventilation. And the hysterical thing about this, by the way, there is a bit of a problem with this whole setup. If I don't set these geysers off in time and something topples the trapdoor on top of them, I could just have an infinite geyser until I shut the whole system down. Which is fixable, but could be a little bit dangerous. Wait, me? Tickers or Devilish Potato? Who are we talking to right now? Either or? What are we talking about? What being a job or a hobby? I'm confused. Like, if we're talking about, like... Are you... Hold on. What? I'm just confused as to where this whole subject came from, I guess. Would I do this even if it wasn't my job? I did it for like 6 years before it was my job. So no, I definitely would never do this again if I didn't get paid for it. Certainly wouldn't do it as frequently. But that's just a given with anything. Crime fighter by night, bored office worker by day. AKA every superhero's archetype. So secret that you don't even know. Well, I mean, there's many superhero origin stories that are otherwise rather dull. This is all gonna look pretty cool, I think, when it's all full of lava. It's gonna take a little bit. End up with all sorts of really weird lava problems in this fort, though. Best kind of sleepwalking? What? I'm quietly... You know, honestly, if you run around and beat the crap out of people in your sleep, I think you may have a problem. I'm not gonna say it that, like... Because what are, like... What exactly are superheroes aside from just people who run around and punch the shit out of people who may or may not deserve it? God damn it. That was a misclick. Misclick. Just erased everything. It's fine. Dominic, what kind of dwarf would you like? And if you would like something specific, I can show you the list. They save people from burning buildings and stuff? I don't know, I've seen kick-ass. Hobbyist superheroes don't seem to be that nice. Do I have a noble? I don't have a single noble, no. I just have a mayor. No, that's just Batman's. Literally, insanely rich man goes out and beats up mentally ill people and puts them in asylum where they get tied up. And thus become more mentally ill. Kind of a dark circle if you think about it. You know, honestly, holding doors open at convenience stores seems like a pretty good way to go about it. Chief Medical? Sure. You're currently hanging out in the tavern. Sorry, I forgot which screen I was looking at if you wanted more options, but... he never becomes angry and he is prone to strong feelings of jealousy, very rarely develops negative feelings towards things, and lacks confidence in his abilities and cracks easily under pressure. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. Oh shit, the siege is over. Fuck yeah. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he isn't given to flights of fancy. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he could be considered rude. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he finds himself quite hopeful about the future, and he has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. He doesn't really care about anything anymore, and dreams of crafting a great work of art, and personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, and thinks it is of the utmost importance to never grouse or complain or even show emotion. And he sees introspection as important and thinks friendship is important, and sees competition as reasonably important, and thinks and dreams of creating a great work of art like cryolite, nickel silver, and jade, and giant loom leather, coral and alpaca wool, and giant emu parchment, the color flax, large gems and catapult parts, and rabbits for their ability to burrow, coral collects for their coloration, whatever that is, and the words of the South Wonder, and the sound of the sparkles of something or another, and a caravan has arrived, and when boss, and the sight of the euphoria of pantomiming, and when possible prefers to consume bilberry wine and absolutely hates mosquitoes. He was once a thin frame, now bearing enormous thick layers of fat, has a very long beard that is braided, his sideburns are clean shaven, his very long mustache is arranged in double braids, his very long hair is neatly combed, he has a grating, raspy voice, and his sunken amethyst eyes have very large irises, and his slightly hooked nose is somewhat broad, and his lips are very thin, and his somewhat short ears are somewhat narrow. His hair is copper, and his skin is dark peach. And he has no friends. Well, I mean, might have friends. Has friends, is not married. No spouse. Did we just ruin Batman for you or something? I'm sorry if we did. Alright, I need to open this. All right, let's go down to here. Let's go gear assembly. And let's go windmill. And down here, I'm going to go horizontal axle, and horizontal axle. And then up here, well... Gotta break some eggs to make a hole in the ground. So essentially what we're going to be doing is this is just going to become a big ol' hole. Once this is a big ol' hole, from a released demon, a single released demon? I haven't played Nomoria in a very long time, but I did play Nomoria. I stopped playing Nomoria around the time they stopped developing Nomoria. I played, like, I don't know, maybe 100 hours of it. I didn't play anywhere near as much of it as Dwarfort. Nomoria just made me want to play Dwarf Fortress and kind of left me with this weird feeling of, why would I play this? Dwarf Fortress exists? And I still kind of feel that way about it. Like, it makes sense to me why Nomoria, like, ran out of money. You only had 25 dwarves and over half were kids? Oh, man. That's a bummer. Trying to think how I should best do this. So we're going to pump from this side, power over this side. But we're then going to, I guess, just... Ah, man. Let's actually just get rid of these. I don't need these. I do, however, need stuff here. I guess the way this is going to go is... Yep, stuff's starting to cave in. I am kind of expecting to see a lot of cave-ins in the next few minutes. Hopefully nobody will be found dead. Lyagushka did get injured from that, though. You see all these holes in the ground? Yeah, that. For fuck's sake. Is this one a threat? Towering, hairy, humanoid, poisonous, sting, blah, blah, blah. Nope, we're fine. All that being said, though, chat, we are getting close to that beautiful 8-hour mark. In fact, we're above 8 hours. Everything's happening. We got a Fey mood. Forgotten Beast just showed up. We're building the top of this thing. I think now is a good time for us to swap over to some Xenonauts, too. Because we got plenty to look forward to for Tuesday. Or Sunday, depending on if I end up playing Dwarfort on Sunday or not. Haven't decided yet. And, you know, we still got a lot to do. So, there is that. But, I'm thinking now might be a good time to move to other game. So... what I gotta say is, if you're here specifically for Dwarfort, and thus are going, man, time to stop watching Blind, I would like to remind you that if you type an exclamation point VODs into the chat, you'll get a link to my VODs channel, where you could go watch all of the streams that I've done, Dwarf Fortress and otherwise, and then maybe you'll decide to watch me play more other games that aren't Dwarfort, because, I don't know, that'd be cool. If you are just tuning out, though, that's all fine. And if you are... here and sticking around. If I could get a round of beers, that'd be awesome. And now's the time for you to say goodbye, YouTube, because we're about to go swap games. What's up, Otterburs? How's things? We're gonna go play Xenonauts 2 for the remainder of the stream. So once again, I just want to say shoutouts to everybody who tuned in for the Dwarf chunk. Because you want your food early, dog? He's looking at me sad. Chat, I'm gonna go give this poocher food early. Okay, hold up, dog.